we'll come back to you. Thank you, Jairam.
Thank you.
So, dear friends, it's really great pleasure and privilege to introduce our beloved master, Brahmashri Pitama Patriji, lovingly called as Patriji, founder of PSSM, Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement. Patriji realized the power of meditation through his own profound experiences and attained enlightenment in the year 1979. He founded Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement in 1990 with the intention of creating intense awareness among all individuals about the science of meditation and vegetarianism and its primary role in providing physical, mental, and intellectual health. Patriji began striving hard to awaken and enlighten each and every individual through meditation and his melodious flute music. He's authored more than 60 books in different languages and thousands of discourses. Patriji has been honored by a Lifetime Achievement Award at the National Symposium on Science of Holistic Living and its global application. Patriji is also an accomplished flute player and an engaged singer, an able administrator, an ardent cricket lover, and a good cook too. Yeah, he's a man of many deeper dimensions. Friends, please join me in welcoming the epitome of simplicity and embodiment of enlightenment, Brahmashri Pitama Patriji. Sir Patri, sir, I'm humbled and happy for the opportunity welcoming you to the first Digital Meditation Summit in USA and request to grace us with this occasion, sir.
Namaskar, Swamiji. Namaskar. Welcome to PSSM. Welcome to meditation. Welcome to spiritual science. Welcome to pyramid energy. Welcome to vegetarianism. Welcome to non-killing. Welcome to non-violence. Welcome to non-interference. And welcome to middle path.
Thank you, sir. It was really wonderful having you here, sir. We did some kind of an introduction about what this organization is about and all that. We are here to listen to your wisdom, and we'll do some meditation, sir.
What is the time slot?
We'll do for an hour, sir, with wisdom and meditation all put together, and then we'll bring on more speakers after that.
Did you tell everybody how you came into meditation? How you came into PSSM?
I have that scheduled in one of the panelist discussions, sir. I'll come there, but I can give a brief.
Please give now.
Yes, sir.
You are the host.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, friends, yes, I've come into meditation in the year 2003. So it's been long. So I've been I've learned this meditation from my parents, of course, and with guidance of Patriji and very great masters, I've learned at every step of my life. But the ultimate happiness I got only at the time of 2011, when my mother asked me to start teaching, because I was a little hesitant then, and that is when I was trying to do meditation for myself and experience the happiness. But when I went out and when I was teaching, that's where I gained the blissfulness, I would say. So it has been a wonderful journey. I'm an IT profession for daily bread, but my passion is with meditation and spreading this. And we have a lot of centers here, and we have teaching, doing great workshops here, and it's been wonderful. Sir, during this period, my main point for people here is about compassion, right? Especially within the US region. So there is no question of hatred, guys. So we need to understand the power of compassion and treat either the human being or the animal being or any living being with pure compassion, right? So this is what the simple and a straightforward thing which we can gain through meditation. And that is why meditation is very much required for each and every individual. So there is no question of hatredness when you have this kind of lovely compassion to the fellow being. So that's a small message I would like to convey, sir.
How about your family, your wife and children? They also do meditation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I have a wife and two, I would say now adults, no more teenagers because they've grown into adultsome. So, one of my elder one has finished his post graduation, his master's. So he's ready getting into work. So in August, and my younger one is doing third year undergraduation in business school. So they all do meditation. They have learned meditation in early ages. In fact, I have come through this path because of the inspiration of my son. I would tell more about in my panelists discussion, but so that's my inspiration. Through them, I came and I am seeing this enjoyment and this fruitfulness. And my wife, she's a part-time employee in one of the travel agent company, and she has been promoting in her own ways, and our whole family, even my brother, sister, parents, everybody are into this meditation path, and they've been doing great services in their own ways. And I've learned from each one of them. My sister is my blessing. She is my immediate guru, where I can reach and get whatever I need. My mother, of course, is a very good encouragement. And various masters who have been helping me in every step of my growth. So that's my journey, sir.
So your whole family is a holy family?
Yes, sir.
Because you are all into a holy science.
Holy science. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So thank you very much for bringing us in that path, sir.
Nobody brings you. You enter it of your own accord. You create your own reality. All the while, wherever you are, in whichever dimension you are, it is you who create your own reality through your choices. You came into this holy science, the meditation science, because of your own choice. If you delayed it, it was your own choice. If you hastened towards it, it was your own choice. Okay, if you started teaching others, it was your own choice.
Yes, sir.
If you are organizing this great event today, it's your own choice. Nobody creates our realities. We create our own reality. That is the first fundamental thing we have to understand. We can't blame others, and we can't even give credit to others. You cannot blame anybody for your misfortunes, and you can't give any credit to anybody for your fortunes. You are squarely responsible for your own totality. We all have free will. Every living being has got free will. And man, human being, is totally using his free will, creating his own destiny. When you are a human being, you have to be very careful with your free will. What you choose, how you choose, why you choose. All these are very, very important questions. So, spiritual science tell you, okay, Baba, if you choose this way, you go that way. If you choose this way, you reach this destination. And if you don't choose anything, if you waste your time, you are here only. You are not going traveling anywhere. So, spiritual science is essentially a subject which tells you how you are going to use your free will, and how you are going to develop yourself or hinder yourself. We create our own problems. Suppose you are drinking, it creates a lot of problem. Who is drinking? You are drinking. Why you are drinking? Because you want to drink, you want to taste it. Okay, then you overdo it, you land into problems. If you are reasonably drinking, there will be no problem. But if you overdo it, there is a problem. Whenever you overdo anything, it will create a problem. So, in the pyramid spiritual social movement, the main thing is middle path. Neither more nor less. In everything. In eating, in sleeping, in thinking, in speaking, in living with others, neither more nor less. Eating, neither more nor less. Thinking, neither more nor less. Speaking, neither more nor less. Earning money, neither more nor less. So, excepting for meditation, in all other departments, you must follow the middle path. Neither more nor less. That is the definition of middle path. But in meditation, then you go away from the middle path. You can do as much as you want. There is no limit. Sky is not the limit for meditation. So, in anything other than meditation, you must follow middle path. In the subject of eating, in the subject of speaking, in the subject of thinking, in the subject of making money, in the field of family life, neither more nor less. In enjoying yourself, in traveling yourself, neither more nor less. But in meditation, you can never do more. You can never hit the sky. So, middle path in worldly life and total dedication in spiritual path. Both the things must be hand in hand. You must live in the world holding the middle path, and you must leave the world holding meditation in your hand. You should go inside yourself. When you open your eyes, you are in the world. But when you want to go inside, you must close your eyes. Eyes are the window for the outer world. In the outer world, you must follow middle path. That is wisdom. If you don't follow middle path, you will go into extremes. You will be a drunkard. You will be a smoker. You will be addicted, and you will suffer. But when meditation comes into anybody's life, there will be a natural order in your worldly life. There will be a natural middle path. Then you will be happy, contented. You will be a good Samaritan, a benefactor to everybody else, whoever is around you. Every person must bring in meditation into their life. The sooner you do, the better it is. It is said that youth is a blunder, manhood a struggle, and old age a regret. Youth is a blunder for all those people who don't take up to meditation. When the youth is a blunder, manhood will be a struggle. Then consequently, old age will be a regret. But if you bring in meditation early in your life, youth will not be a blunder, youth will be a wonder. And manhood will not be a struggle, manhood will be a cakewalk. And old age will not be a regret, old age will be a great bliss. Without meditation, youth is always a blunder. You don't know what to do. You don't know what not to do. When you don't know what to do, what not to do, you keep doing what you ought not to have done, and you will be doing you will be not doing what you ought to have done. So, we want meditation in the youth stage itself. If meditation is brought into the youth will be a wonder, not a blunder. And consequently, manhood will be a cakewalk, a smooth walk, a gliding walk, not a struggle. And old age will be a great bliss. Happy. You are ready to leave the world and go. After old age, it is death for you. You have to leave the world. Everybody has to become, is a youth, then he is a man, then there is old age, then you have to go. You have to happily go, leave the body, leave the world, leave the family. When you are leaving the family, you are leaving the body, there should be no regret in your mind. They should be blissful. Your departure should be very, very blissful. What is happening in your departure? You are vacating the body, you are going to another world. We are 7 bodies: the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, the causal body, the supracausal body, the cosmic body, the nirvanic body. 7 bodies are there. When you die, the physical body stays here and the etheric body vanishes in a few hours, and then you are left with your astral body to go to astral worlds. After some time living in astral worlds, you leave the astral body there and go to the causal worlds. And if you have done meditation, you will go from causal worlds to supracausal worlds. If you have taught meditation to everybody, then you will go from supracausal worlds to higher worlds, cosmic worlds. So meditation gives you happiness in this world, here and now, and also hereafter. Through meditation, our here and now is ensured, and our hereafter is automatically ensured. Everybody has to do meditation. Jesus Christ said, "Seek ye the kingdom of God and his righteousness first, and then all else will be added unto you." These are the statements of Jesus Christ. And where is the kingdom of God? The kingdom of God is within. So to go into the within, we have to use the breath. We have to catch the rope of the breath. Then we go into the inside and we access the kingdom of God. To access the world, we have to open our eyes. The world is outside, but if you close your eyes, you cannot access the world. The world is outside. The sun is there, the moon is there, the stars are there. But unless you open your eyes, those sun and moon and stars will not happen to you. Similarly, there is a big kingdom of God inside. But unless you go into meditation, you cannot access that. If you keep your eyes closed, then there is no sun for you, there is no moon for you, there are no stars for you. Although sun is there, moon is there, stars are there for every person who opens his eyes. Very simple. You just have to open your eyes, then you see the whole sun. All the stars at that sky. You will see the whole planet. You will see everybody around you. But if you keep your eyes closed, you can't see anybody around you. Although you surmise that something is outside, you can't see it. You can't experience it. Just by opening the eyes, you will experience the whole world. Very simple thing called as opening the eyes. You see the whole world. The world enters you. The sun and the moon, the stars, they enter you. And you cognize them. Similarly, when you observe the breathing, you enter the inside world. The breath is there, the eyes are there, but eyes have to open. You have got natural eyes with you. You don't have to acquire eyes. The eyes are there, but you have to open the eyes. Just by the mere fact, small thing called as opening the eyes, the whole world is accessed in a given instant. Similarly, although the breath is there, you have to be with the breath. Then the whole inner kingdom is accessed. People who don't do meditation, although the breath is there, the inner world doesn't get access because you are not concentrating on the breath. You are not observing the breathing. People who got eyes must open the eyes. People who got the breath must observe the breathing, closing the eyes. This is the windows for the world. You must close the windows of the world and then begin to observe the breathing. Then you will go inside world. Very simple. You have to spend a few hours or a few minutes, definitely every day, traveling inside, seeking the kingdom of God. Then your life will be wonderful. Youth will not be a blunder. Youth will be a wonder. And manhood will never be a struggle. It will be a cakewalk. And old age will never be a regret. Old age will be great bliss. And you will happily leave the body. You will happily leave your family, saying bye-bye, sayonara to your family. I am going, Baba. My purpose is done on the earth planet. I am going to my higher worlds. From where I have come here during the birth, when I entered my mother's womb. So now I am vacating my body. Bye bye, sayonara. See you again in the higher world. So we go happily. You can go happily only when youth is not a blunder, when manhood is not a struggle, and old age is not a regret. Everybody's youth is a blunder without meditation. Everybody's manhood is a struggle without meditation. Everybody's old age is regretful without meditation. And every youth's life will be wonderful with the meditation. And every man's life will never be a struggle with meditation. And every old age's life will be blissful with meditation. So, my dear friends, meditation is a very, very important thing. That's why we have this meditation summit today. PSSM, Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement, is dedicated to give meditation to everybody, free of cost. I got this free of cost from my friend. I give to all my friends in the whole world, free of cost. I never paid any money. I went to a friend who knew meditation, and he exchanged his wisdom with me. Once I became a wise person through practice of meditation, I started distributing everybody. About 40 years back, meditation came into my life because I chose it. I wanted it very badly. You should want it very badly. As much as a boy wants a girl and a girl wants a boy, you should want meditation. Buddha left his palace to go in search for meditation, and he got in meditation because he worked for it. He chose it. Jesus, as a small boy, he chose meditation from the Essenes, and he got into meditation. He was initiated in the Great Pyramid of Giza, in the King's Chamber. Pyramid is meant for initiation into meditation. Pyramids are great energy chambers. I came into the pyramid power through Dr. Paul Brunton's book, A Search in Secret Egypt. Then I went further into the pyramid energy through the help of two American masters, Bill Schull and Ed Petit, the secret power of pyramids. Then I became a pyramid master. We constructed pyramids. The first pyramid got started in the year 1990, and now there are 20,000 pyramids all over India, small and big. Small, where 10 people can sit, big, where 5,000 people can sit. That's how we started this movement called Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement. There are four main aims for the PSSM. Everybody should be a vegetarian, no killing of animals, no violence against animals, no cruelty towards animals, no interference with other animals' lives. You can't take the fish out of the water. No way. You got no right. You got no right. Just as there are human rights are there are animal rights are there, bird rights are there, fish rights are there. You can't go against them, transgress them without paying for it. So, first is become a vegetarian. Your food should be plant-based, not animal-based. Plant-based food. Be a vegetarian. Second is understand spiritual science, that you create your own reality through your own use of your own free will, through your own choices. As you choose, so you become. As you choose to think, so you become. As you choose to talk, so you become. As you choose to act, so you become. You create your own reality all the time. So be wise in entertaining any thoughts. Be wise to speak. And be wise in your actions. So that you will create a heaven in your own life, personal life. If you think wrongly, negatively, you speak wrongly, negatively, If you act negatively, then you are creating a hell in yourself, in your family. You are creating a hell in your family. You should create a heaven in your family. How can you create it? By right use of thinking, by right use of speaking, by right actions. Everything should be right. As Gautama Buddha said in the Eightfold Path, right views, right speech, right desires, right actions, right way of earning your food, right concentration, right attention, and right meditation. Everything should be right. Without meditation, everything is wrong. If the truth is there in the north direction, you are going in the southerly direction. Your views about life and about death should be right. Your speech should always be right, yes. Your desires should be right, yes. You cannot exploit animals and feed yourself. That's a wrong desire. No wrong way of earning your food. You can't earn your food by stealing, by killing. No way. You should earn your food by benefiting others, not by harming others. Right way of attention. If somebody is speaking to you, you must fully attend to it. It should not be a case of body present and mind absent. Body and mind both should be present when somebody is speaking to you. You should become zero, and then you can hear others. Then you can right attention, then right concentration. Whatever you are doing, reading, writing, taking care of your house, cleaning your house, right concentration. And finally, right meditation. What is meditation? No mind state. Mind freeness is equal to soulfulness. From time to time, every day, after 24 hours, you should set apart 1 hour for meditation. No thinking. Giving a break to your thinking faculties, which is called a meditation. You refuse to think. When you close your eyes, you refuse to see the world. When you do meditation, you refuse to think with your mind. The mind becomes zero. Then you become a hero. The soul becomes hero. Jesus was a great hero. Buddha was a great hero. We should also be heroes. We should also be heroes, not in others' eyes, in our own eyes. When you do meditation, you become a hero in your own eyes. I am a hero in my own eyes. Because I know what is meditation. I have done meditation. I am a hero. My mind does not run wild. The mind becomes a slave of the soul, not a master of the soul. And today, let us know about cosmic energy flooding. There is cosmic energy outside. And when you have created a vacuum here, an emptiness here, that energy gushes into you. And your whole body will become full with energy. And the second law says, when the mind is empty, cosmic energy floods in. The third law says, when your body is saturated with cosmic energy, all problems vanish. Physical ailments, mental ailments, intellectual deficiencies, everything will vanish. You will be a complete man. You will be a fulfilled man without any deficiency in the body department, in the mental department, in the intellectual department. You will be flawless. So these are the 3 laws. When you are with the breath, the mind becomes empty. When you are chanting, the mind does not become empty. Even if you go to a church or a masjid or a temple, the mind will never become empty. But you must close your eyes and observe the breathing, then the mind becomes empty. Closing the eyes means closing the world outside. Observing the breathing means traveling inside the kingdom of God. Seek ye the kingdom of God and his righteousness first. What is his righteousness? Non-killing, non-interference, non-violence. That is his righteousness. Who is he? That is the Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost righteousness. Three things: the Son, the Father, and the Holy Ghost. The Son is the soul which is in the physical body. The Father is the soul which is never in the physical body. And the Holy Ghost is everything. Everything that is Holy Ghost. The fundamental consciousness is Holy Ghost. And we are chip of that Holy Ghost. But if we have not done meditation, we don't become holy. Although we are chip of Holy Ghost. We enter into holiness through meditation. Meditation is the holy science. You become whole. There ends the matter. So, my dear friends, PSSM is there to teach the science of meditation to each and every person, everywhere in the world. And what are the three laws? The first law says, when you are observing the breathing, the mind becomes empty. This observing the breathing is called anapanasati in Buddha's language. In those times, we follow that word. We take that word from Pali language. Ana in Pali means inhalation. Apana means exhalation. Sati means to be with. So we are going to be with the inhalation and the exhalation. The body is breathing. Now we are conscious of the body breathing. We rivet our attention to the body's breathing process for 1 hour and see the results. A plus B is equal to C plus D under given pressure and temperature. So A plus B means your breath and your mind with the given sincerity and seriousness will give you third eye and enlightenment and health, wellness, everything. C plus D. It is science because it is replicable. Anybody with the same sincerity and same seriousness they get the same results. Scientific method is science means replicability. What I can do, you can also do. What Gautam Buddha has done, you can also do. If America can put man on the moon, India also can put man on the moon in due course. Anybody can do it. If there is the same sincerity, same seriousness, same efforts. Whatever Buddha has achieved, you and I, everybody can achieve. Whatever Jesus has achieved, every American can achieve and should achieve. You may not climb the Everest, but you must become a Jesus. You may not become an Einstein, but you must become a Buddha. You may not become a Columbus, but you must become a Zoroaster, a Lao Tzu, a Chuang-Tzu, a Bodhidharma, a Milarepa, a Marpa. That's a must. Meditation is a must for every human being. All other things are optional, but meditation is compulsory. For you to be healthy in the body, happy in the mind, and be truthful in your intellect, and be blissful in your life. Let us do some meditation right now for about 10 minutes. Sit comfortably, take a sofa. You don't have to squat on the ground at all. You should never make your body uncomfortable. Just cross your feet and hands into hands, fingers into fingers. Close your eyes and become one with the breath. Normal breath, natural breath, easy breath, soft breath, simple breath, tranquil breath, peaceful breath. Become one with the breath. Anapanasati is the technology for going to a state of meditation, an emptiness of the mind. emptiness of the logical mind, an emptiness of the worldly mind, an emptiness of the subjective mind. There should be no subject here. The subject should dissolve the subject itself. That is meditation. Be empty. That happens readily when you close your eyes and begin to observe the breathing. Like you learn music, like you learn swimming, you learn meditation. The art and science of establishing silence in the mind. The art and science of accessing cosmic energy into the body. The art and science of removing all illnesses from your body, from your mind, from your intellect. Becoming a good Samaritan, becoming an enlightened being, begins with meditation. The seed is the meditation, the tree is the enlightenment. The tree comes out of the seed. That enlightenment comes out of the meditation. You sow the seed in the soil, you water it, and the seed sprouts. In due course, it becomes a big tree, full of flowers and full of flowers. Being a benefactor to the whole mankind, whole animal kind, whole being kind. For the next 10 minutes, kindly don't open your eyes. Sit happily, comfortably, hands into hands, fingers into fingers. Cross your feet. You should cross your hands and cross the finger because 10% of your body's energy is lost through your fingers. You must cross your feet because another 10% is lost through your feet. You must close your eyes because 80% of your energy is lost through your eyes to catch the world, external world. When you close your eyes, when you put hands into hands, when you cross your feet, all the 100% is conserved within you. You become an energetic being. And added to that, when you are with the breath, the mind becomes empty and cosmic also is accessible. You become a highly energetic body, energy body. There will be a great explosion in you. That explosion is called as Kundalini. All these things will happen in due course. But you must be a candidate with great commitment to meditation, a candidate with great patience, a candidate with great expectation, never losing the hope. For the next 10 minutes, everybody will close the eyes. No more thinking about your family, your friends, your neighbors, your country. Establishing an emptiness in the mind by becoming a candidate for observation of the breath. No chanting of any mantras. No thinking about any deities or any great masters. No. Be with your breath. 10 minutes. I'll be playing my flute, giving you some nice music. Along with the music, kindly become one candidate to observe your breathing. Slowly, you will slip into meditation. You will begin to enjoy meditation. Be a candidate for meditation. Be a yogi. Seek ye the kingdom of God, and the kingdom of God is within. Don't open your eyes, come what may. Today, it is a digital meditation summit. We have to climb to the meditation summits by our own free will choice, by our own commitment, by our own desiring it, to become a master in our own right. No chanting of any mantras. No Rama, no Krishna. Become one with your own breath. Your breath is your guru, your teacher in the art and science of the practice of meditation. In your own sweet home, in your own sweet chair, you sit comfortably. In your own sweet time, in your own sweet place, and be with your own sweet breath, and enter into your own sweet meditation. Become your own sweet master. Your destiny is created by your own efforts. You create your own reality. Establish a kingdom of God within yourself. Don't open your eyes, come what may. Normal, natural, easy, soft, simple, tender, peaceful, tranquil breath, my dear friends. Only for 10 more minutes. Any time is best time for meditation. Any place is best place for meditation. Any situation is best situation for meditation, my dear friends of USA. Become a master, not a mister. If you don't do meditation, you will remain a mister. But if you do meditation, you will become a master. Not in anybody's eyes, but in your own eyes. You must become a master. Master of meditation, master of truth, master of spirituality. Don't open your eyes. Carry on. Another 10 minutes. Learn meditation. Practice meditation. Teach meditation and spread meditation, my dear friends, all over USA. That's why we have established PSSM USA. And we are carrying on our activities through PMC USA, Pyramid Meditation Channel. All the 7.5 billion people of the whole world should become masters. Nobody should remain a mister or a miss or a missus. Everybody should become a master. Every miss, every missus, every mister should be a master. If you bring in meditation, youth will be a wonder, not a blunder. Manhood will be a cakewalk, not a struggle. And old age will be a blissful thing, not a regret. It's up to you whether you want to make your life blissful, useful to yourself and to others, to your family members, to your neighbors. Final 5 minutes, kindly don't open your eyes. Only 5 more minutes. Five more minutes. Don't open your eyes. Come what may. Be with your breath. That is the method. That is the technology. And the science says, when you are with the breath, the mind becomes empty. Science reveals universal truths. which are applicable to every human being. When you are with the breath, the mind becomes empty by itself, automatically. Given certain amount of time, given certain amount of sincerity, given certain amount of seriousness. If you are not sincere, if you are not serious, nothing is going to become, nothing is going to happen. But given the amount of required time, given the sincerity, given the seriousness, you will achieve the results as per science, as per the science of meditation, which says when you are with the breath, the mind becomes empty. And when the mind becomes empty, huge amounts of cosmic energy get flooded into the body. We will experience it. Meditation is an experiential science, practical science. Very less theory and huge amount of practice. An ounce of theory and a pound of practice. We impart, we give the ounce of theory to everybody else. And if they are complementing it with a pound of practice, then everybody will become a master. Within 40 days, everybody will become a master. Given the sincerity, given the seriousness, and given the right technology, which is anapanasati. Observing the breathing, becoming one with the breathing. Within 40 days, Jesus Christ said, I fasted for 40 days. What is the fasting? Fasting of the mind, not of the body. I is the soul. And meditation is the fasting of the soul, fasting of the mind. I fasted for 40 days. He did say. So we should also fast for 40 days. That is the minimum critical period. And given that time period, given the sincerity, given the same seriousness as that of Jesus, you will also become a Jesus. Final 3 minutes, don't open your eyes. We are into meditation, great meditation, deep meditation. Final 1 minute. Be with your breath. All problems of the physical body vanish with meditation. All problems of the mind, like inferiority complex, superiority complex, all this vanish with meditation. All intellectual wrong concepts will vanish through meditation, my dear friends. You will be physically healthy, happy. You will be mentally healthy and happy. You will be intellectually healthy and happy. And your whole social life will be healthy and happy. No more killing of animals and birds and fish. No more violating their integrity. No more interfering with their day-to-day life. You harm them, then you are harmed. As you sow, so you reap. From the Bible. You create your own reality by your own wrong choices or by your right choices. with your wrong choices. Vegetarianism is the right choice. Anapanasati meditation is the right choice, my dear friends. We are all into the PSSM, Pyramid Spiritual Society movement. Only one more minute. Learn Anapanasati meditation all over USA, my dear friends. Everybody in USA should become a master, like a Jesus Christ, like a Gautama Buddha. Nothing less than that would do. Regular meditation every day. Howsoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you are. Final 20 seconds. Be with your normal, natural, easy, soft, simple, tender, peaceful, tranquil breath. Final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Kindly place your hands on your eyes for 5 seconds, because the hands after meditation, they are energy hands. You must put those energy hands onto your eyes. You will pass the energy of the hands into your eyes.
The flute, the flute meditation, so wonderful, sir. The excellent energy, sir. So shall we take a couple of questions, sir, which came in?
Please, I will have them.
It came through chat, sir. So I'll read out the question, sir.
Yeah.
So one of the questions, sir, they're asking. It is from close people, so they know about you. They know about your past. So they're asking, when you were searching of this truth, you did various searches. So you've been going from one place to the other. How did you finalize this is the right thing?
By trial and error method. I went into yoga. I went into TM. I went into Brahma Kumaris. I went into Goenka Vipassana. I went everywhere, from pillar to post. Just like Buddha went for 500 teachers, finally came to Anapanasati. Everything same happens to everybody. Everybody goes here and there, and finally they come to Anapanasati. When they come to Anapanasati, they are at home. Okay. It is the same case with everybody who is in search for truth. It's a gradual process of unfolding the truth, unfolding of the truth. You try this, you try that, again you try this, then finally you come to Anapanasati. I also came like that, and you will also come like that. Yes, so see everything else, and finally you will come to Anapanasati by natural gravitation process, spiritual gravitation process. Yes.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful answer, sir. The next question, sir, they're asking, what is the difference between expectation and hope?
Both are the same. But the truth is that it's a paradox. You must expect and not expect. You must hope and also keep your mind free of any hopes. Spiritual science is a paradoxical science. Both the opposites are equally relevant, equally truth. It is where north is south and south is north. And also north is north and south is south. So keep up the expectations. Also learn to dissolve your expectations from time to time. Keep up your hopes and also dissolve, become free from hopes. become a lover of neutrality. No hopes whatsoever, no neutrality. Then become a candidate for positivity. Have hopes and have expectations. This is a paradoxical science, Baba.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wonderfully explained, sir. Sir, I will just call on Jairam, sir, to just ask his experience on how his meditation was last 10 minutes.
Please do it.
Jairam, can you please switch on your camera? Yes,
Good
Jairam.
morning, sir.
Good morning, Baba.
It is so good to see you every day, every minute.
So how was your meditation last 10 minutes, Jairam? Share your
Oh,
experience.
amazing. Very blissful. It was very quiet. It was very calming for me. And as Sir always tells us, like, keep your mind empty. And I could get into it very quickly. And when Sir was saying, like, it's 10 seconds, 5 seconds, and I said, like, no, I want to sit here for some more time. Let the program go. That's okay. But then I realized I'm one of the anchors, so I need to be on my feet. So I came out. That a reminder came into my mind, and I came back to open my eyes, and then saw the ever smiling, energetic Patriji again. So thank you, sir. It was really wonderful. What a great way to start my day. Really good.
When did you start your meditation, Swamiji?
Yeah. So a small story. I'll give the context, I think, to answer the question. I met you in very, I think, miraculous circumstances. I met somebody. I don't think that it was you. I never knew who you were. In 2009, we had one of my, I come from a very big family. We are 5 brothers, 3 sisters. Very close-knit family. We grew up in a collective, traditional, combined family environment where we had at least 30-35 people every day in the house. We were waking up, eating, drinking, and again like a dinner, and then probably sleep in the same house. So that was the number of people that I grew up with. So obviously the emotions, attachments are very big right from the childhood. So as we grew up, I think in 2009, so now I live in the US, but in 2009, my oldest brother, who was almost the central figure in our family, he decided to just vacate his body, and with absolutely no notice to any of us. I think that's how things happen. At that time, we didn't have enough tools, or methods, or even understanding or the maturity, right, to process what was going on in our lives. So it was a huge shock to us. It shook us to the core. The whole family, right? Everyone was looking for something to hold on to, because all our belief systems that we had, all our practices that we were doing at the time, all the pujas, the mantras, the chantings, the rituals that we were going through, the books that we were reading, the people that we were listening to, nothing really helped us to heal from that sudden surprise in our life. And that way he passed away very early. He vacated his body very early at the time. He was in his mid 40s. So I was in the US. My family was in India. Obviously, as a mother, my mom and my aunt, who is my second mother, like, they are impacted big time with this, because for them, kids are all their lives, right, in India, and that's what they look to, and that's how they were brought up. So when it was a huge shock for them, uh, obviously I decided to go back to India for a couple of months. I took my sabbatical from work and spent time with my mom and my aunt and my rest of the family. It's a healing process for all of us, and collectively we'll figure out, like, the purpose of our life, and then why these things happen, process it, rationalize it, and then move on. That was the whole purpose. So one of the things that we do, as I think many Indians know, so we went to what we call a Char Dham Yatra, a pilgrimage to 4 what we call the important places of faith in our religion. They are actually energy centers, but we went there to as a process of healing so that we can stay together. We go through all these places, come back with a fresh mind, and start again. So in one of those, as we were going through the journey, so there is a place called Kedarnath. Kedarnath is in the foothills of Himalayas. It's a place like where you have to trek back in those days, in 2009. You have to trek about 18 kilometers up the hill, and then there is a temple. So you participate in the temple rituals and see the amazing, magnificent Lord Shiva, the Shivlinga, and that's how we feel that yes, we got the energies from the god and we got the blessings. We come back, and that was the process. So we went there. It was a very hard day for all of us, but we reached up. It was cold, it was raining, it was snowing at some point. So we were very cold. But then there was in evening 6:30, there was a big arati that happens. So all the Naga sadhus, the monks, hundreds of people like it just throng into this temple sanctum. So it was almost like a stampede, but you don't realize that if you are in the right healthy state. You don't realize that you are in a stampede because the whole event takes you over, and you are in a very different mindset and energies. So while I was, so we were fortunate. We were right in front of the Shivalinga, right? The god in the sanctum. We were standing, probably about like 15 feet away from the main, the idol, the linga idol, right? That we see there. So we were going through this. For some reason, I was very focused in participating. I was very into it. But for some reason, my eyes turned into a person who is standing opposite to me, but next to that the sanctum area. A very long man, very long in size and very well built, broad shoulders. Probably in my view, like he looked very giant to me. He looks like 6.5, 7. I am 5'10", so yeah, he was very tall for me. So he looks like 6.5, 7 feet with all the matlocks in his wardrobe. Then he has then all I could notice is just his eyes, piercing eyes, and they were telling me something. And for some reason, I got some signal, and then I looked to my right, and my mom was standing next to me. I see her collapsing in the middle of the temple, and she was just like collapsing. It was just like timely that see her, and then when I saw that my mom was collapsing, I looked around, and I don't see this person who gave me the signal anymore. And there is no way that you can escape the crowd in such a split second time. And he's also like a 6.5, 7 feet. So I said, like, wow, what a miracle! Like somebody, this is what we call the divine intervention. And then and this is how I was processing. Immediately, rescuing my mom became my priority. So myself, my mom, my aunt, and my brother, my younger brother. We were all four together. So we took her out, took care of the medical situation, and it was nothing but low oxygen that actually caused her the stress, and the oxygen caused her. But somehow we thanked the God, saying that okay, somebody saved our life today, somebody saved my mom's life, and I think I'm eternally thankful to him. We concluded our trip, we went back, and then we were in Delhi, and my brother-in-law and sister live in Delhi. So my brother-in-law 3 months ago, I think 3 months before that event, right in April, May of 2009, he was traveling in a train, and then he heard about somebody, some Guruji that people were talking about in the train, just a random group of people. And then they insisted him to say that like, hey, you seem to be a spiritual person, so if you're interested, just come and meet this person just once. We're not asking you to do anything, just like come and in your evenings, this Guruji is going to be in Delhi, so visit him for 5 minutes. So he met, and then he got some big inspiration, and he immediately called us, he and my sister. They said, we found our calling, you must meet this person. And I said, like, I have seen so many gurus, and I have met Swamijis, I have done a lot of experiments. So I said, like, yeah, I was skeptical. So after that Delhi trip in Delhi, my brother-in-law insisted, like, there is somebody in the called Patriji, like he is in Delhi. So I was talking about him. You must visit him. That was the day that I was actually flying back to US, and I said I don't have time. But he said, like, just for 5 minutes, let's go meet him for breakfast and come back. So he was at DL and Shastri House in Delhi. So I said, like, I went there with all the preparation about you, and I think you were your I don't say patience, but like your expectation on clarity, right? So when you ask any nonsensical question, like we hear a lot from you. That's what I heard. So I walked in, and then I was called to meet you. Uh, so sir is calling, coming here. So with a lot of skepticism and also with a lot of I think anxiousness in my thing, because I don't want to be held in front of so many people, because I have my ego formed. I walked in, and then my first contact was with the person who was sleeping in that room, in a resting in that room, and my first contact was his eyes, and it is the exactly same eyes that I saw at Kedarnath, and who saved my life, my mom's life, and of course my life also. And that day I realized that was you, Patriji. It was you. So it was not a coincidence. It was a destiny that pulled me towards you, or you pulled me towards you. I don't know. Uh, for whatever it is, that day became 2009, September 4th, was my day that I met you. And ever since, I am in the path of your simple scientific teachings of meditation. So that was my thing. My whole family, we completely converted in about like a 3 months from that point onwards. The whole family started talking about meditation, doing meditation, talking about spirituality. We started sharing our learnings with each other. Even though we hear a lot of other gurus and a lot of other masters, right? Uh, we still process the same, but end of the day, we started realizing that everything that we are hearing, everything that I read, all the sacred texts that I read, that I was taught, they all tell you the same thing at the end, which is what you are teaching from the beginning for us, which is just focus on your breath, go internal, and you will realize yourself. And since 2009, this became a life part of our life. It is very well integrated. We've been very happy. Uh, of course, like as the humans evolve, like they have to vacate their bodies, leave this place, and when their karma is over, when their work is over on this thing, they are going to leave. So similarly, my mom also left and vacated this her body in 2017, but it was not the same shock. Even though I lost my mom, we were very close, very attached. We were able to think that, like, yes, it is a journey of a soul, and she has finished her work, and she ascended to the next level to pursue whatever that her soul wanted to pursue. So, meditation gave us a lot of clarity and a lot of grounding for us in dealing with life. It helped me grow as a leader. I work in the Silicon Valley for some of the big companies. So it helped me navigate my own career, help hundreds of people who worked for me, work with me, etc. Right? So it's been a blessing. It's been a blessing. There is nothing short of a life transformation that I went through after meeting you in 2009. So that's my long answer to your small question.
Thank you, Baba. You are a blessed soul. You are a complete soul. You are a realized master. You are creating a heaven on this earth planet. And the whole earth planet will become like you in another 10 years. It won't take more than that time for every human being on the earth planet to become like another Jairam Manda. Thank you, sir. Yes,
Thanks for
Srikant.
showing us the path.
Thank you, Jairam. That was a wonderful experience. Sir, we'll just take one more question, sir. We have some more time. We'll take one more question, sir.
Okay.
Question on the YouTube. How do we identify awareness in proper manner?
You use your awareness to find out your own awareness. Everybody is an awareness being. There is awareness everywhere. With an ant, with an elephant, with a tiger, with a human being, with a plant, with a tree. Every rock has got its own nascent awareness. There is nothing in the whole creation without awareness. Awareness is the fundamental ground of every being. So we use our awareness to find out more about awareness.
Okay.
How else will you find? You use your own awareness to find about your own awareness. Spirituality is a journey of the awareness, for the awareness, by the awareness. Let me repeat again. What is spirituality? Spirituality is a journey of the awareness, by the awareness, for the awareness. That is my answer.
Beautiful, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, we'll get on to our next agenda of the item, sir.
I am waiting for that.
Thank you, sir. So I'll hand it over to Jairam, sir. He's going to lead us to our next session, and we'll talk through, sir. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikant. Patri sir, thank you again. Thank you again. You fill our days. You transformed our lives. And one thing that you always tell us to remember, right? You're not a guru. You're not running any cult. There is nothing. It's all about us. All you tell us is like, hey, don't follow me. Just make your own reality. Create your own reality. Close your eyes. Focus on your breath. Figure out yourself, right? And that simple teaching that we take years and lives worth of journey to understand that simple teaching, you're making it accessible so easily for us. So thank you again. Such a powerful message for all of us. So friends, we heard from our dear Patri sir and the simple things that he talked about, 3 laws of spirituality that you should always remember, right? When you're with your normal breath, your mind becomes empty. When it becomes empty, there is a lot of cosmic energy that comes into you. And when your body is full of cosmic energy, there are no deficiencies in your life anymore. Personally, professionally, community-wise, no matter what. So the second thing that I learned from him is, if you bring in meditation, your youth will be a wonder and not a blunder. Fantastic message for the young kids. I think as parents, as part of the society, we should all remember this. Whenever we find somebody, grab them, teach them the simple technique, and make them a better citizen for the world. And our manhood will be a cakewalk and not struggle. And old age will be blissful thing and not a regret. Again, this is all with the simple thing. Focus on your breath, close your eyes, focus on your breath, and that's all you need to know, right? And you will figure out your own journey. So thanks again, Patri sir. So let me move on to the next topic with your permission. Friends, again, welcome back to this first digital meditation summit here in the USA. We are about 2 hours into our journey so far. And so I just want to relate with you a little bit that you might have missed earlier. So we are PSSM, the Pyramid Spiritual Societies Movement, or what Patri sir calls us, based on one of the core principles. It is Pyramid Spiritual Sciences Movement. And we are the PSSM Global and PSSM USA. We thank all the masters who joined us from many parts of the world to immerse in this day-long journey to explore our respective inner worlds. Pyramid Spiritual Societies Movement is a voluntary, non-religious, non-profit entity whose core purpose is to teach and spread meditation, spiritual science, and plant-based food, vegetarianism, for a holistic living to every human being on this planet Earth. We have turned this time of unprecedented crisis, COVID, and the lockdowns across the globe into a time of hope and positivity by bringing together and connecting thousands of pyramid meditation masters across the globe through these online virtual events. With hundreds of events like this across the globe, this has become a thriving platform where seasoned masters and beginners from all walks of life, different cultures, and many countries come together to share, collaborate, learn from each other's experiences, and explore their unique inner awakening and self-realization journeys. My name is Jaira Manda. For those of you who missed my introduction earlier, I'm the moderator for the next topic. It is Conversation with Pyramid Masters. Over the next hour, it is my effort and it is my honor to bring you the senior pyramid masters, some of the community leaders, some of the corporate leaders, the entrepreneurs who have accomplished a lot in the corporate world, will be sharing some of their unique journeys with PSSM and their learnings, their experiences of respective inner transformations, and how they manifested their external realities. As we know, everything changes around us. I think they say change is the only constant in life. And not only with the professional life, in personal life, and the economics around us and the whole world, they change every day. So we just need to be ready. And how do we get ready? With the clarity of mind. So I want to talk to these individuals who have accomplished in their senses, in establishing good communities around them, in establishing good teams in their corporate world, in taking some big initiatives in their corporate world, and delivering value for the corporate as well as the world. So this is a moderated session. So I am your host. So I'll be reading questions if there are any. So please post it on your YouTube channel. So my team will be relaying those questions to me, and I'll try to ask as many questions as possible. I have some prepared questions for them because I want to bring the best out of them, what I want them to share with every one of us, so that we can get inspired. And but I also promise I will do my best in answering any questions that you may probably have, sending it to the right panelist. So I'm hoping the panelists are joining us as we speak. Panelists, if you have logged into the Zoom session, just wait for the admin to enable you. So I will give a quick introduction about me, and then I'll introduce the panel one by one. So you just heard me talking about it. For some of you, it may be a little bit of repetition, but for several people who are joining now, you may probably want to hear this again. This is my story. Born in India into a very orthodox, spiritual, well-knit, extended family, I was fortunate to be raised in a small town with a very rich cultural, literary, and music history. Always surrounded by loving, caring family, neighbors, teachers, and friends who influenced and helped me shape my personality. Growing up with ritual practices, academic knowledge, I always felt there was something that I was missing in my quest to answer my purpose of life. So, like many of us, work in Silicon Valley became my refuge. I sincerely believed that this is my karma that I need to do, and that karma took my life focus into just doing my work. But while going through that experience, it's always with me. What's the purpose of my life? Why am I here? What am I doing? Why am I meeting so many strange new people that I never even thought about, never imagined, never dreamt in my life? So I was always looking for my purpose. I experimented with various teachers, various methods, practices, a lot of books, sacred texts, but I continued to feel the void and realized that I desperately needed help from a guru, some living guru. Following one of the deepest family crises in 2009, I was on a pilgrimage with my mom, aunt, and my younger brother in the foothills of Himalayas, where I experienced a brief presence of a monk whose timely intervention helped me to rescue my mom from a jam-packed temple as she was collapsing in the sanctum due to low oxygen. On my return, my brother-in-law and my sister in Delhi convinced me to visit a Guruji they recently met. To my utter astonishment, it was none other than the same monk that I saw for a brief moment in Kedarnath temple, whom my brother-in-law introduced me to as Patriji. I realized that day it's not a coincidence for me. I stopped believing in coincidences. It is my destiny and it is my design to follow Patriji ever since. His scientific and simple teachings, which are extremely important for me because my rational mind is an engineering brain. I'm a computer science graduate, and my brain works with logic. So for me, a scientific approach was very, very necessary. And that's exactly what I got from Patriji. So his scientific, simple teachings of the most complex experiences that we have is what attracted me to PSSM. I live in Bay Area in California, and I'm the coordinator of PSSM California. So I have a esteemed panel of individuals today, as I said, from East Coast, West Coast, South, North, all parts of USA. We mixed people who are doing work in the community, people who are working the corporates, people who are excelled as human beings. We have a combination of these 3 or 4 attributes. We pulled a small panel for you. So I'll call each of them and we will all be talking. So panelists, please switch on your videos and you can be here. Just a reminder for everyone again, this is a moderated discussion. So if you have any questions, please post them on PMC USA channel on YouTube, and we'll do our best to answer your questions also. All right. So panel, here we go. We have Lawrence. So Lawrence, if you can make your video available.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Good morning, Lawrence. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for
so good to see your bright, smiley face in the morning. So good to see it. Hey, Lawrence, so I know you are a very accomplished corporate leader in a multinational company. Yeah, accomplished is a relative term, right?
Yes.
But for many of us, so I wanted to ask you your journey, your experiences with PSSM, what attracted to this PSSM, and just give a quick, brief introduction about you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I am living in New York. I have 2 sons. I am a kind of citizen of the world because I have been living in France. I'm French originally, then in the US, so I have the double citizenship, and I have been living also in Asia, in Singapore, for a few years. I was raised in France, a Catholic family, never heard about meditation at all. And of course, in France, barely any people is vegetarian. So I had never heard about vegetarianism also. The childhood was easy. I had great parents. Studies were easy. I was doing a lot of sports. I was very competitive. I liked to win. So that was, an easy childhood. And also teenagers was okay. Life sent me a few messages. But I was not equipped, and differently than you, I was not reading or looking for something because my environment was just proposing to me Catholicism, and I had rejected it at 14 years old. I didn't believe in all of these things, written and all of this. So I had nothing to look for except the life that was going on around. The 3 milestones were that I had an accident at 20 years old that broke my knee totally. So I had a few months without walking and so on, and all the sports ambition were gone. I wanted only to recover. So that was the first message about is life about sports, and I started to read and to also spend more time on social life. The second milestone was one of my sons. The second one was born disabled with a lot of challenges. And then it was about also wondering what is life for? It's unfair. My son will suffer. So a lot of guilt and things like that. So I was really wondering, why are we here? And the last big milestone was that I lost my mom and dad very early. So it was another also set of questions about why are we here? Are we here to suffer? It's unbearable and so on. At the same time, the universe was sending me a lot of good stuff. The work was going very well. I have been living in 3 places. I was dreaming to move to the US, and it happened. I was dreaming to have global traveling, and it happened for like the last 15 years. The business was okay. Every time I wanted to take an out of comfort zone initiative, change the kind of work I was doing, I was able to make it happen. So the entrepreneurial aspect was kind of offered to me when I was trying to get it. But after a while, 4 or 5 years ago, I was really starting to wonder, okay, that's fine, but why all of this? I was starting to get bored. I was spending hours, I remember wondering what I'm going to do next. The next 30, 40, 50 years, what I'm going to do next. And then the miracle happened. I was in business in India. negotiating an acquisition for my company. And the CEO happened to be, Chandra, who was a trustee of Pyramid Valley International. And we were preparing the acquisition process. It took me to the valley, made me discover the pyramid, made me try the meditation for 20 minutes, made me I met a lot of business people. So like you, I have a rational mind and working like an engineering, IT industry and so on. And I was like, why these people are doing meditation here? Then I met Patrigi for like maybe 10, 15 minutes and something happened, it clicked. And I don't know why, because I didn't analyze this. I was like, who is this Patrigi? I never heard about him, where I am, and all these people around me, what are they doing? And actually I came to the hotel. I started to search all night on Google, and I discovered so many people were doing meditation. I discovered what was PSSM. I read about vegetarianism. And the next day I declared I am a vegetarian, which was for me a big transformation. My colleagues were looking at me. I said, no fish, no meat, no eggs. And they thought I was becoming crazy, but I kept going. And then I started daily meditation. I must say, the help of the PSSM people at that time, and especially Chandra and his wife, Vani, was super helpful, because I was ready to drop. I was thinking when I'm back in New York, I won't have the time. And they kept pushing me and say, you will find the time. So that's how the journey started. And all the benefits are, in personal life and business life and family life started.
Wow, yeah, I can totally relate to your experience, Lawrence. I think as we come from this rational backgrounds and rational minds, which is what essentially the society makes us to be. When especially like when the world doesn't know anything better than what they have done to us. But I'm so glad. It was so I'm so happy to hear that like you turned like that into a vegetarian and you started practicing meditation. So if you can do it,
anybody can do it. Yes. And you don't need to train 100 years in Himalayas. If you meet somebody from PSSM, it can happen overnight. So and that's real truth. It's really what happened.
Yeah, phenomenal. So Lawrence, I'll keep bringing you into the discussion. So let me bring other people one by one, and then we'll have a lively conversation.
Sure.
Okay, let me go to Divya Nadimpalli. She's a senior pyramid master. Hey Divya, good morning.
Good morning, Jairam.
Welcome here. Thanks for joining. So I know a lot about you, and I'm always inspired talking to you and working with you on many things that we collectively do together, and I always look forward to learn. But I want to, with your presence here, I want to take the opportunity and benefit other people also. Can you introduce yourself quickly and maybe how you got connected to PSSM or meditation in general?
Sure, Jairam. Pleasure to be here today. Hello, everyone. This is Divya, joining you guys from Dallas. My spiritual journey started when I was a teenager. In order to have better education, I moved away from my parents to join a boarding school. At that time, the boarding school education was really fast-paced, and I was unable to cope up with it. Slowly, my grades started going downhill, and I was very much unhappy with it. I lost interest in learning, I lost my self-confidence, had many fears and phobias. I don't know what to do next with my life. I always had thoughts like ending my life, committing a suicide. And within few months, everything seems like nothing. I was unable to sleep at night, and I totally lost interest in my life, and I was very depressed. And that was the time I was introduced to pyramid meditation by my mother, Padma. And I thought just giving it a try. So I practiced it for about 10 to 15 minutes every day before my study hours and with my classes. And miraculously, you won't believe it, within few weeks of meditation, my grades started improving. I was able to focus better, I was able to sleep better, and everything made so much of sense. And the learning became much more fun. I want to challenge myself more and more every day. And I was to take up more challenges to stretch my potential of my mind and the body. And from since then, my life became more meaningful and purposeful. And I became a real good fan of Patriji and pyramid philosophy. And I started reading many spiritual books as recommended by Patriji on all the senior masters. I attended many spiritual events by PSSM, and I discussed many spiritual concepts with senior masters. And later on in my life, meditation has helped me build relationships. So I had struggled to build a relationship initially, and with meditation, regular practice, I was able to overcome that. I was able to make good connection with the people around me. And I have to give many competitive exams, and meditation, thought power, and pyramids helped me to clear the exams very easily. Later on, I was able to get into the job I was dreamed about all my life. And overall, meditation has changed my life so drastically that it showed me the real potential what I have within me. That's the overall thing meditation has given me, Jairam. I can keep going on and on. This is everything in a nutshell.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. I'm just like living your life as you were sharing your experiences, because again, many of us with those backgrounds that we came from, a lot of pressure in our life on education because there were very limited opportunities, and our parents want the best and brightest for you. So their aspirations, your aspirations, and the community aspirations are all on you, right? They want to realize their goals through you. So it's a lot of pressure growing up.
From all of us, from all of them
Yes,
around us,
yes,
yes.
yes, yes, yes. And I'm glad that like you found that calling very early in your life and not waste your life, but you turned it into something more valuable. So I can't wait to talk to you on a couple more topics. So stay on. So let me bring in Sandeep Dao from California. Uh, Sandeep, if you can turn your video and be ready. Uh, again, I know you personally, you're a friend and you are a co-traveler with me. But for the benefit of everyone, I want you to introduce yourself to see how and when you came into meditation in general. And if you relate any experiences with Patriji, just share a little bit about it. I'm sure I'm going to go into more details about your the work that you're doing at a later time. Okay, Sandeep.
Thank you, Jairam. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Hi, I'm Sandeep. I'm from San Jose, and I work in Yahoo. I'm a corporate, corporate guy. I was introduced to meditation in 2010 by my mother, and it was just during conversations that I had over the phone, and she was just trying out pyramid meditation during that time, and she really liked it, and it helped her. And that's when she started, slowly introducing meditation to me. Initially, I was skeptical. I thought, is this for me? This is not the age for me to do meditation. And all those things that come up to actually, that your mind tries to make up and say, this is not for you. But then I slowly started trying it with a lot of skepticism at first, but I really realized the potential that meditation has. It calms you down, it brings the best in you, and later in 2012, I learned that Patriji was visiting Bay Area, and that was when I initially went and met him. And this event really shifted something in me. The moment I met him, I had a conversation with him. He was very scientific. The most important thing is, being scientific in your approach. I came from a scientific background, right? Because of our education, the rational mind always plays out. But Patriji was always approaching meditation through science. And he had never had any high pedestal as a guru. He said, I'm just a fellow traveler. I just happen to be a few steps ahead of you, and I'm going to help you in your journey. So that's what really resonated with me. And that's what, made me stick to PSSM And through the years, my journey was from from one of skepticism to complete surrender. I had really wonderful experiences, and one of my pivoting experience that I would like to share here is how I actually started meditation on my own, and then how I was able to teach it to others. I know, Jairam, you're going to ask all of this later, so I'll keep the story for later. But
Yes.
Just starting to meditate on my own, but then once you realize the joy, you can't stop from sharing it to others. So I'll pause here and I'll hold on.
That's really great. That's really great. I think it's a good beginning. I'm sure we'll learn a lot about you. Couple of things that resonated with me in your introduction. I think many people can probably relate it to it. I was for the significant part of my life, I was a sworn bachelor. I said no, if I get married, I have kids, I'm going to be bound by all those obligations. So I can't really progress in my life, and not professionally, the spiritual path that I wanted to do, because this is what your academic background gives you, right? They say renounce everything and go to Himalayas and sit there, join an ashram and practice a life of renouncement. But the simplest teachings that Patri sir said, samsara is nirvana, right? You have to live your full life with your wife, with your kids, with your brothers, sisters, family, community, your co-workers, everyone, and still find that detachment, right? So that you can actually focus on yourself and progress. I think that is essentially when your mom said hey, maybe you're going too fast into spirituality, man, you still need to have a life of it. Or you're not, your mom is a realized master, but your cousins were telling you. I went through the same thing. As I said, 2009, I came to Patri sir, and then I got this clarity. 2011, bingo, I'm married. So you can practice nirvana while living in samsara. That's a very, very unique thing that sir teaches us, the simple things. So stay on. I will talk to you more about it. So let me introduce my last, the co-panelist. We have seen him already. Shrikant, can you? I know you went through an introduction very early in the morning. I think some of us are still waking up. So yes, you had a really full story, but we had our priorities, so we were sleeping. So can you please talk about a couple of minutes on yourself and how you got into PSSM?
Yeah, thank you, Jairam. First of all, sir, namaste, sir, Patri sir, again, coming back to this session. And I would just want to say hello to my panel team. Hi, Lawrence. Hi, Divya, Sandeep. Hello. Yeah, thank you all. Thanks, Jairam. So, yeah, coming back to my introduction, I've given a little bit, but I would give my story in a little bit different manner so that people are interested to know my other side of it. So basically, I'm Srikant Garla, again from Atlanta, Georgia. And as my profession, I'm an IT architect in one of the global manufacturing organizations. Coming to my spiritual journey, as how we have the before Christ and after death, right? BC and AD kind of things. I'm dividing my life into 3 parts, right? So in the first part, it was my childhood where we were part of a joint family with about 20 plus people in one home. So this is the place where we learned about sharing, the caring, relationship values, discipline, living in a small room of 200 square feet, I would say, with my parents, brother and sister, but living happily, right? That is the key. So living happily, even at that point, with doing a lot of rituals, right? With various deities and things like that. So that was our part of journey while we were in childhood. But when we came to the second phase of my life, that's where we moved to our own apartment. So we have our own space wherein we have more freedom. And we were joyful there because I would say we have moved, we have joined, my parents joined to a organization called, the spiritual organization called ISKCON, right? So that is Krishna's consciousness. So which means from the first phase where we saw the consciousness in multiple places. Now we saw consciousness in one place. So we felt joyful in that situation, right? The third phase, I would like to bring it as blissful, because that is when I've learned the technique of meditation. That was in the year 2003. So if you notice my variations, it was never a sad moment. It was happy, joyful, and then blissful. So it was a gradual evolvement, I would say, of my life. So it is not always that spirituality needs to come only in pain, right? It is the level of understanding on where the consciousness is, right? So earlier in the first phase, the consciousness was all around, and then in my second phase, we felt the consciousness was in one idol, right? And then in the third phase, we felt through meditation, consciousness is within, right? So that is where that blissfulness came up. So that's why I divide my thing into three parts. No problems anywhere. This life is going as smooth as possible with meditation and with consciousness and with this teaching capabilities, getting blissful more and more and more, and enjoying my days.
Oh, fantastic. Life is full on for you. So I'm glad. I'm glad to hear the your story, your message. I'm sure like many of us are saying like, yeah, why can't I get that? Right? Can you add that on top of my coffee? So let me get back to Lawrence again. So Lawrence, now we are coming to some quick sharing from you, right? So you are in corporates. You do a lot of, I think you were talking about some merger acquisition work that you guys, that you were doing that took you to India. You're a senior leader as much as I know about you, not going into the details of the companies that we work for. But you tend to work with a lot of cultures, a lot of different people, different maturity levels, like the junior most new entry, new joinee to a senior most vice presidents of the company. In multinational companies, right? These are global in nature. So what was it before for you and what was it after? And how did you take some of the learnings from your journey in changing the DNA of your company culture? Can you share some of this? Because we have a lot of people on following today. They may find some tidbits from you that they can practice.
Yeah, thanks. It's a big question. But,
take your time.
I would, first of all, for everyone listening, when you start a journey to try to transform the workplace, you need to make sure you transform yourself first, right? So you build your own strengths, your own purpose, and energy, so you can really engage. And I used to say to people I meet in a business, and even clients and so on, because we have conversation about mindfulness meditation, that you cannot talk intellectually about meditation or mindfulness if you don't practice. And there are some people in corporation who are trying to create well-being mindfulness programs, but themselves they don't practice, and you feel that it doesn't work so well. So how to build your own confidence before you go and try to spread this meditation movement. First, for me, it brought me health and time. Many of you mentioned that, but my sleep, I don't know if you mentioned this, but the quality of sleep and the quantity, I needed less. So it gave me like 5-6 hours a week of additional time. So time to read, to write and stuff like that. The second point is the diet. So I became vegetarian. I was eating less, spending less time, and stopped the processed food and everything. And it also gave me strength that I knew a new purpose: don't kill animals. And I think Patrici has been very clear about this. But I started to speak up about it, right? And my family is still not vegetarian. So, but they have nearly stopped the meat, and I'm getting there. The third big change. I was traveling a lot. I was taking medication to sleep, time zone and all of this. And one day I was driving with Chandra to the office, and he said, "Okay, the next challenge is no medication." It was 3.5 years ago, and I was like, "No, I cannot," and so on, because in the US and France, everybody's taking medication. But I decided to stop. So it's 3.5 years. I have not taken any pill of any sort. So you build your confidence about, hey, it's working, really, the energy. So the energy, the flow in what you are doing, the ability to focus, build also this confidence. The second point, all fear disappear. So it's kind of miraculous also. So, you know, the fear about the new job, the new boss, some bosses are not so nice, the emotion during a deal, all of this, it's like you are in a philosophy in PSSM, you do your best. And because you become aware of yourself, you control and you know your emotion. So when the fear is coming, you know, there is somebody in a book said, let it go, you have 12 seconds. But after 12 seconds, you have to move it somewhere else and take control back, because we are human beings, so we have some emotions.
Yeah.
So you become aware, and if somebody is yelling at you or not happy, instead of losing your mind and feeling like a 12 years old in front of the teacher with yelling, you go back to, hey, I am a master, I am a God, I know myself. So that's really helpful in business, in any kind of situation. So the fear, you see the big picture, you do your best, and you learn, and you see learning as an opportunity. So you become entrepreneurial. The third aspect, being present, being aware, being present. So you can really become productive and effective. You focus on the task. I stopped multitasking. Okay. I felt it was heroic to be multitasking. Now I feel it's a waste of time. So I've been reading and exploring. Patricia said, do your research, do your research. So stop multitask. That's my advice to everybody. Okay, follow the guidelines, stop multitasking. Because when you multitask, even at home, they know you are not there. You know, you still smile, but they know you are somewhere else. So stop multitasking. You develop science of friendship. Okay, and we did a Buddha CEO workshop 3 years ago in Pyramid Valley. It opened my eyes. Science of friendship is my mantra in the business. So it means collaboration. You pay attention, giving feedback, you know, all of this. And it's to your boss as well as to your team or your colleagues, right? So you create empathy, the real one, not sympathy, empathy, right? We are all connected. I was like, we are all connected. Well, you know, this is PSSM, right? Teaching that. What does it mean at work? Okay, how can I translate that? How can I serve you? How can I help you instead of what is it for me? Right? You change. What is it for me? How can I help you? In business with clients, teammates, it's working. But again, you have to be aware. So if you don't meditate, you are not aware, you lose it, right? My mantra became in my last team, and I have a new team now, and I'm going to use the same. We are one team, we count on each other. I repeated that like 1,000 times. And we created a family of 1,000 people in my previous job, and it worked. So gratitude comes with it. It's just a positive circle. The next one for everybody is miraculous thinking. Same, teaching from Pyramid Valley, you know, the way to say it. The first time I said it at business, and I have a kind of senior job, I thought people will feel I go crazy. But I started to teach miraculous thinking, but with the wording of the corporation. So trust your intuition. If you meditate, you will get it. Growth mindset, you know, just ability to change, take new challenge. Look at people who succeed with as a role model, not as a competition. Okay, forget competition. Trust the universe. Universe has your back. When you hire people, if you trust yourself, you hire the right people. They might not be like you, but they will complement you. So all of this came through ongoing daily meditation, reading book, talking to other PSSM members, and finally health decision making. The big learning from Patrici, and I had multiple conversations, was be patient. Wait, don't rush. Just observe, listen, truly listen, be patient. Okay, so it was really useful in some big decision I make for the business, and it works, right? And finally, I decided 3 months. I talked to Sri Andaga. I remember we were in Mumbai, and after that, he said, "You can plant a seed," because I was like, "How can I bring that to my colleagues? Plant a seed. Okay, you can start with one." And so that day, back to New York in a plane, I said, "I'm going to talk about mindfulness and meditation to one person a day." And I took this commitment to myself. So
Yeah.
sometimes I talk to one person. It can be my neighbor, my dentist, anybody I'm on video and so on. It can be small, like say, hey, we have an outage. Okay, take a deep breath. And I do this, in a WebEx. And I say, take a deep breath. Just meditate a few seconds. We're going to get there, right? So, but once a day, and then it can be sometimes thousands of people in a teaching call, right? But that helped me because I met so many people, and also you help people, if I may, coming out. I discovered many people, including in human resource in my corporation, who are practicing, but nobody wanted to talk about it, like a secret. So within 4 years, we really moved from, okay, some people talk about it, to now it's part of a corporate program, okay, that you can learn. And we have 12,000 people in our mindfulness community of this large company in the IT industry based in New York. And it's an official, I can mention it's IBM. So I talk in my name, but IBM has a Be Resilient and mindfulness section to help people. And it's also supported by the well-being and wellness organization. So we innovate and we encourage people to learn, okay? And the mindset has become more important than what we were teaching 4 years ago, which was more like just your diet and exercise and drink water. Now it's take care of your mindset. So that's a journey. And again, if I could do it, I think everybody can trust themselves to do it. But the key is, I tell my team, practice, practice, practice. If not, it's just intellectual.
Wow. Wow. I am so I'm immersed in this discussion because I totally understand, as a leader of the organization, working with hundreds of people every day and leading their lives, right? Because as leaders, we have a responsibility for every individual who is on our team, and we take it a little seriously. And that leadership setting the tone, right? The leadership right tone setting is the most important thing.
Agree.
I am so happy to hear that IBM is really blessed with a leader like you, who talks about the connectedness of people, respect them, give them their own space, and teaching them to evolve. Wonderful messages, Lawrence. I think I will, on behalf of everyone, I will ask for a one-on-one with you after this event and continue to build the relation with you.
And just to be fair, I mean, it's clear that IBM is an environment, despite all the challenges and so on, but where the values are there. So you have a lot of people, who are maybe not with the right tool. So we try to teach meditation, but are already in this mindset of, creating a good workplace.
Yeah. I'll tell you about my thing. The reason why I said that is, see, every company has a character. Every company has a value system, and the companies that we are referring to, I worked for a company called Intel Corporation. You probably know it. I think everyone knows it who has a laptop. So we are such a pioneers in the industry, right? We were path breaking. We're 50-year-old. It's a phenomenal culture that we have in the company. But then everyone walks into the company, they know they're working for the company, they're doing something. But the moment you start to build the team, that family mentality, right, among the team, now you're taking this culture to a completely different level of elevation. And that's what we are talking about. By the way, now I don't work for Intel. Just 3 weeks ago, I switched on to another big company in the Valley, Google. So I'm working at Google now. Patri sir, that may be a news for you now. But yeah, so I'm going through my own transitions and this helps a lot. So thank you, Lawrence. It's really incredible experience. So Divya, let me get to you now. I know you are from a community standpoint, right? You're a professional of your own. You have a family of your own, but you reached into your community. You started like you're doing things with them. Now you are combining this community to corporates and corporate to community. That transition that you are managing. I would like to understand, like, what are those 3-4 things that you learned along the way that you can share with some of us that we can learn and practice and do more to the humanity?
Sure, Jayam, thank you. And as we discussed, I have found so many benefits of meditation for my own life. So I want to give the same uh, benefits for all the people around me. So teaching and gifting meditation has become a passion now. And I feel the corporate people are the people who need it the most. So they go through so much of stress and the struggle with the relationships with their bosses, of the family members. I think they are the people we need to reach the most. So myself with all the other meditators in Dallas, we're teaming up and forming networks and support groups. And we've been teaching meditation to corporate people. And now we are doing for American Airlines employees. We're doing many online and in-person sessions for them. And they've been seeing many beautiful benefits like we all do. They've been saying that, oh, my day is so less stressful, just meditating for a few minutes a day. So they will be very thankful for all the movement and all the things we are doing for them. And I'm also doing something called a new YouTube channel called Meditation Magic. So with this channel, the motto is to reach to all the spiritual aspirants across the world. We're making success stories like what we are discussing right now. We're making the concepts from all the senior masters and the newer spiritual masters across the world. So the motto is to take meditation to people around the world. And next thing we're doing locally in Dallas is a Mindful Masters Toastmasters Club. It's a new program. We're combining mindfulness with the Toastmasters public speaking and leadership program. So I feel there's so much of need for people to get into mindfulness. This is the time, the crisis is the time for us to teach meditation and also as well as learn from them in return too. I think that's a key we need to do at this time, Jairam.
Oh, fantastic. I think you mentioned something that we did not talk a whole lot about it so far, but I briefly mentioned this unprecedented crisis, the new normal that we are getting into, because whatever we knew before COVID and after COVID, it's a completely different world. And people are more stressful. Of course, they're spending a lot of time in the homes, which they were not used to. They should be spending more time, like, to be honest, right, from the beginning. But the world was different here, and now they're spending time. They're trying to figure out, like, what is this new world? Like, how do I live with my family? How do I have that relation with my wife, my neighbor, my kids, right? I think teaching them some of these things and calming them down, give them some clarity is always helpful. So thank you for your work in the community. So Shrikant, one question for you is, you talked about pyramid centers in Atlanta. You briefly introduced us to some of the activities that PSSM USA was doing, which many of us were part of it, but like you were leading on the East Coast side of it. So my question is, like, so you're mixing again the PSSM to the local community where there was not a lot of like this meditation, these practices, especially in the parts of the East Coast that you're in. So what are your learnings? How are you helping transforming individuals? And what are the 1-2 things that you can share here?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Jairam, for the question. Yeah, I would really thank my mother for this. Because she was the one who forced me to put a meditation board at front of my home in 2011. I was so much hesitant to put that board because we know we were doing meditation for ourselves and we are finding that happiness. But to put a board and to tell somebody about it was so much hesitant. But she forced me. She forced me to put that board in 2011, though we learned meditation past in introduced in 2003, but practiced from 2005 or so. But the board was put only in 2011 in Atlanta. That's where we bought our new home. And she said, this is the first thing you need to do. So we set up a beautiful center and we put up a board saying, yes, this is a meditation center. And the first time when I taught meditation and I heard the experiences of the people who have meditated, holy cow, that is the whole transformation in me to hear that experience. And that is the joy and blissfulness I felt, double the amount of what I used to get when I meditate for myself. So now I understand why Patri sir is so much asking for so many people for meditation experiences. That is for his happiness and his joyfulness. So that is what I felt, right? So so with that one center initially, and now we have reached to at least about 11 different centers in different areas of Atlanta. So that is, we are just talking about Atlanta. So we have centers in Indianapolis, we have centers in North Carolina, So a lot of centers, but I'm just focusing on Atlanta here because I personally work very closely with them. So we have special programs there on special days for a full moon or a new moon, right? Apart from these centers, we also conduct sessions in common places like libraries, community halls, and churches, right? And we did also a few workshops for pyramid making, right? To just engage our teens and to get into an activity. So that was a very successful one where we brought a lot of teens into that program. And the other thing what Patriji taught us is about natural meditation places, right? So we do a lot of trekkings. Atlanta, you know, is a good climate for most of the time. So we go to nearby mountains and we do trekkings, and what a wonderful time we spend on the trekking times, beautiful experiences, what people also enjoy. So that was wonderful from the community aspect. Now, I just want to cover a little bit on the corporate world also. So we are utilizing like lunch and learn sessions, right? So there are, for most of the corporates, there is a thing called lunch and learn. So anybody can share their learning in that period, and we use that opportunity to teach, and not just teaching, just share our experience on what that mindfulness is, what meditation is in that just 30 minutes lunchtime period. And a lot of people liking those things while we talk. So we normally hesitate to talk in the corporate world about this, but once you initiate that talking, and that inspiration, I got it from Lawrence. Talking in the corporate world, right? Usually we talk in the community world, that's fine, right? But talking the same thing on the corporate world was eye-opening when Lawrence did those experiments. So that really helped us to get into the corporate world, and we also have done various other sessions with corporates after entering into that lunch and sessions. But mainly, the one of the main intention of this program, right, Digital Meditation Summit, is we wanted to invite all corporate communities to reach out to us to arrange free workshops, and we can educate our organizations, corporates, to this mindful meditation, to bring into their training and wellness programs. We can create those quiet rooms. We can do all of that. Please reach out to us. The numbers are on the scroll to where you can reach us. We can arrange free sessions, and we are there to help you. So this whole program is intended to do that. That's my point, Jayram.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Srikanth. It was very helpful, especially when you take your learnings from the community into the corporate, because that is what I think like most of us are trying to do or learn during the session. So let me bring in Sandeep. Again, the young man has been doing a lot of work in California. I know personally that he is a big time teacher, promoter of meditation and vegetarianism to the local community. And then he had like a lot of alliances or partnerships created for free with the local teams. So I would like to, Sandeep, share with us, like, how is it transforming the community locally, and what's happening? What's your experience there? You had to unmute yourself, my friend.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. As Srikanth was suggesting, right? You know, initially I was very happy doing my own practice. I had a study practice that was like an hour to 3 hours long every day, and I was really happy during the doing the practice by my own. But you know, stepping outside my comfort zone and trying to talk and teach to others was a no-no for me in the beginning. You know, but then slowly I started to open up through the inspiration of Patriji, saying that you have to teach. Just doing meditation is not enough. You have to teach. You have to let others also, you know, take them along on the journey along with you, right? So I slowly started to open to the community of close friends in the beginning, and then to anybody who wants to learn about meditation. And the joy that we get when we start hearing those experiences, right? I think this is what is compassion in action really means. You can talk about compassion, you can theorize about empathy and sympathy and all of that, right? But if you want to put it in action, uh, teach it to somebody, let them create a path for them or a journey for them so that they can realize on their own. And truly you are just co-travelers in this journey. So one such experience I really wanted to share here because, that's when I felt this need to teach. One of my friends is a former colleague of mine. He had an autoimmune disease and he really was losing his eyesight, because of the autoimmune disease. He was actually blind in one of the eye already. And the doctors were saying that they couldn't help. There is nothing they can do. And he's going to be blind in the other eye too, pretty soon, probably another 6 months. That's when I met him. And I introduced him to meditation. There was, a workshop that I took him to. And, after that, he constantly practiced. Of course, I was there to support him from time to time, be the support, reach out to him and say whether he's practicing. I started daily meditation sessions where I started to invite him. And, within due course of time, this happened like 2 years ago. And now he almost stopped his medications. His progression has stopped. I mean, his eyesight, he did not regain his complete eyesight, but it is not degrading anymore. So the doctors were surprised to see what happened. How were you able to, what did you do? And he said, he was just meditating. So that kind of experiences is what motivates me. And it's such a joy to see others happy. And right now he's in a place where he's not worried anymore. Earlier, he was worried about his family, his kids. What are they going to do without him? Because he was the single bread earner in the family. So right now, he doesn't worry about anything. He lives in the present moment. He shares his meditation journey with everybody. He inspires everyone to join. That actually personally inspired me to teach more, to actually reach out to more people. To create the safe space or hold that space for everyone to come and join and have those experiences. I've had many such experiences from the local community here.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
And another thing that happened is, at work, there was a meditation session going on an ongoing basis, even before I joined the company. But suddenly one day I get an email broadcast saying that that person is unable to lead the meditations anymore. And he was looking for somebody to step up. Even though I was skeptical talking about all of this in the corporates, I just went in, I just said, I'm going to do this because I know the value of meditation. So I just went in, I said, I'm going to lead these meditations from now on. And within a month, somebody from a different office, from a different location reached out to me and said, hey, I'm doing the same thing here. Why don't we actually organize something and do it in a more coordinated way? And then we formed a small team, volunteer-based team. It's a very grassroots level approach. We approached our HR. We said, hey, this is what we wanted to do in a big scale. We wanted to roll out something to the whole company. And the HR was really interested in saying, hey, this is what we are looking for. And they've tried mindfulness, tried to roll out mindfulness in a different manner. As Lawrence said, if you are not practicing yourself, it's hard. You can't just have a program there and ask everybody to go attend the program. Unless you're passionate, unless you're driving it from a place of compassion, it's really hard for those programs to take off. So within a month, the HR was really interested. We started a corporate program. We started from a 5 people mindfulness community to maybe 2,000, 2,500 people mindfulness community now. And it grows. It's growing day by day. And the interesting thing is, within a few months after we started this, I've been invited to join a Mindfulness Workplace Alliance board, which is a group of companies here, and Google is part of the Mindful Workplace Alliance. So many companies came together, and the idea here is to brainstorm on ideas on how to roll out some of these programs, learn from each other's experiences. If there is a collective learning, if we want to do anything collectively together, trying to roll out. As part of this, my role in the Alliance is to roll out workplace months, where we create a challenge and we try to roll it out to all the companies together. I mean, each company does it in their own way, but we agree on a month, and we try to work to it, create lot of messaging, and we use the same messaging to roll out. So last year we did something similar in October, and I was able to curate some talks, some meditations using an app, and I think about 30,000 people participated during the month-long challenge. This year we're trying to do something similar, and this for me I feel that is a calling. It's my life's purpose, and it's beautiful how it unfolded on its own. You just be there, you just allow yourself, and then
I think the key here is start at the grassroots level, right? And then build the community around you, and it will just take over like a wildfire, which is what you guys are doing, not only just across Yahoo, which is a multinational, but you are now partnering with several companies. And Bay Area created this meditation alliance, or mindfulness alliance. So this is only just a beginning, Sandeep. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to hear more as you make progress. So let me bring this topic home for everyone. I'll go one last question to each of you, and I think this is going to be a quick message that you want to share from your side, right? From your personalities, your experiences, your optic that you have to this world. What is your message, Lawrence? What would be your message to fellow travelers who are looking for this kind of the journey that you are undertaking, corporate leadership, personal growth, break the routine of you're eating all kinds of things, and then now you're a new life with the vegetarianism, and then you're spreading it. So breaking the routine, corporate leadership, what is your message for people?
Practice. I would say practice and practice. Message is that it can not complicated. It's simple. Keep it simple, and then practice. The rest will follow. So everything, no fear, and so on. I love the story of Shrikant and Sandeep, Divya. But you manifest something, it's gonna happen. It's gonna grow. So, but start by practicing. So trust yourself. Some days my meditation doesn't work so well. Some days it's fantastic, but keep doing it. So I would just start by the basics. Practice breath meditation, and trust yourself, and the universe will follow.
Fantastic. Again, meditation is not just an activity that you're doing. It's not a checklist item that, I sit for 1 hour today. No, it is the state of mind that you want to carry all through the day. So practice. That's why it's very important. Thank you, Lawrence. Divya, question for you. You're a very young mother. I know I have the fortune to see your, I think 16, 17-year-old baby, Agastya. And also you have another son. Yes. So you are a young mother taking care of a full family, and you are a seasoned volunteer recruiting corporates, communities, etc. So what would be your message? How are you expanding your day to fit all these things into 24 hours? What would be your message?
So my big inspiration is Patriji Jairam. So I know he works tirelessly every day, 25/7. He travels to so many countries. So if he can do it, and we all can do it the same too. So I'm so much inspired by his vision. And his vision is the ultimate vision for all the world, not just for the PSSM people, for the rest of the world too. I feel the PSSM has a solution for all the problems the world is facing right now. The solutions are so simple: meditation, vegetarianism, and pyramid energies. Those are simple solutions we have for any problem in our life for the whole community and whole humanity. And being a pyramid master is such a great blessing I have, and it's the best opportunity to work together for spirituality and to serve the world in total. So I just suggest everyone to follow all the 18 guiding principles of PSSM to the best of their abilities. And so much, Patriji, I'm so thankful for you and also all the pyramid masters across the world who is working so tirelessly to promote meditation and mindfulness in every part of the world. And also I want to thank all the volunteers and all my fellow travelers who are traveling along with me and supporting me and encouraging me more and more to do more, take up more work. Come along. For all the viewers here, come and join us. Team up with the PSSM Masters. Together we can make a huge difference in the world. Please join us. We can reach any one of us. We'll be happy to join you and travel along with you.
Wow, I'm just jumping out of my chair now. Let's go. Okay, let me just finish with Srikanth and I'll join you. Divya, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Srikanth, you talked about your two kids, two boys, raising two boys in the US. Oh my God. And that too, I think we are the immigrants, right? We are not born here. So we have to learn a whole lot about raising the kids here. But two boys turned out to be really beautiful citizens. Like, yeah, one is graduated and ready to work. The other one is in the third year. So, and then you are doing this work outside of your family, and then you have a job to do. How are you managing this? Like, what is this that you want other people to know from your experience?
Yeah, thanks, Jairam. So, yeah, we are a little fortunate, I would say, to be part of a meditation family. So, I would say, in fact, my entry to my spiritual journey was through my son. So, I'd like to relate to a small example I usually do with my classes. So, as for every car journey, right, you would need an ignition to start and add a fuel to go further, right? That is the normal car journey's process. But similarly, you have a spiritual journey process wherein you need an ignition, the quest to learn what, or to know what that is, right? So that quest is the ignition, and from there, when you learn from various masters and when you practice meditation, that adds fuel to that, right? So you have an ignition to the spiritual journey and a fuel to the spiritual journey to move forward. So that is what I got from my son, that ignition. And with various masters and with my own practice of meditation, I was able to add fuel so that my journey of spiritual journey moves forward, right? But going forward in later days, when kids grow up, that was at the age of 6 is when I got that initiation from my son. But when they grow up, they have their own understanding on how meditation works and how it helps. So what it is since at the young age, when the seed was sowed in their mind, that this is the technique, what you could follow, they use it in a very profound manner, right? They take the tool as and when needed, right? When they are having that peer pressures, right? They take it out. When they have that tension, some tensions of the exams or something like that, they take it out. So they know when to use it. So that is the key, that the kids, the teens should know this technique into their mind, right? Into their what is that they can do. Maybe they're not doing it on a daily basis, but they know the technique and there is an understanding and they can use it as needed, right? So for the teens, it is very much needed in today's world that they need to know this technique. So, and one last thing I would say about the kids is they never listen and learn. They see and learn, right? So that is a very key with the kids. When you say do meditation, do this time, why you're not doing, no, nothing goes into their head. They see us doing meditation, then it goes into their head that yes, there is something which we need to do. So that's
Wow, wow. Actually, I cannot resist myself from sharing my own experience with my kids because when you're saying like I can see a lot of it, but you are at the other end of the spectrum raising kids. I am at this end of the spectrum. Like yeah, my kids are very young. They are 6 and 5. I have practically triplets running at home. I can associate so many things that you're saying. Uh, my son, who was very early, right, even as a baby, right, he used to just like sit next to us, like when we were meditating in the house. And then we had a twin, like a twin girls. They were sitting next to us and having practicing or sitting there, right? And they, for some reason, they understood it. They're very energetic, very mischievous kids, like for their age, which is what you expect them to be. But the moment they know that like yeah, my parents are sitting for meditation or something is around that happening at home, friends have come over and then they're sitting for like a quiet time, right? They know their limits. Immediately they come, they close their eyes, clasp their hands, and cross their legs, sit there, and then they participate. Whether it is 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, doesn't matter. They're just there. And if for whatever reason their mind says like, yeah, enough sitting, like I want to play, and they play quietly where they are sitting and then doing it. I think the thing that is more important is don't try to tell them anything, but show them. You teach them by showing them, by practicing on your own. I think that was very profound. And I have this opportunity to take my kids and almost on a day-to-day basis now, they're sitting with Patriji for in one of those sessions and talking to him, demonstrating their own skills of singing, whatever, right? I could see it. I think they are on their right path. I wish that like yeah, I was like this when I was like 4 or 5. But anyway, I'm not complaining. Everyone has their own life to progress. So very encouraging words and very relatable experience, Srikanth. Thank you. So with that, let me bring all of us home really to end this topic, and I can talk to you all. I'm sure like the participants are asking me to stay here to ask more and get more from you because it's experiences. This is real. This is not some book that you're learning and teaching me theory, right? This is your practical life and the benefits that you have seen in your life and also in the community. I think the profound example that Sandeep was talking about, like yeah, my heart was literally like yeah, it was wet when he talks about like a person almost like going to be blind in his prime age. If he was able to get benefits, you don't need any proof than that. An individual who is saying that like yeah, this is my life, and he did not do anything. He did not take tablets, medicines, or like practicing anything or logos on his shoulder, nothing. He just like sat quiet, talked to his own self, and he healed himself, or he is continued to heal himself. I think this is what like people need to realize. This is a process, very personal process that you can do on your own, wherever you sit. It doesn't matter. You're walking, don't close your eyes when you're walking, but like observe your breath. When you're sitting, you can absolutely close your eyes, observe your breath, and be with yourself. So many things will happen. Your day will expand like crazy, like Divya was saying. 24 hours we all have, but we all complain about, oh, I'm so busy, so busy. I have stress in work, I have kids, I have to clean my whatever, like a dirty dishes, I do the laundry, friends, family, blah blah blah. We feel busy, right? But the moment you start to do meditation, calm your mind, I think your day starts to expand. It's the same 24 hours everyone has, but for us it seems like yeah, we have 40 hours in a day and we can do a lot more. And something that Lawrence has kept on saying: practice, practice, practice. Start simple. Don't overcomplicate. Life is very simple. Life doesn't need any intervention from us. It is the most sophisticated thing that the universe has created, right? It'll go on its own. All you need to do is close your eyes, like here, the focus on your breath. Once in a while, whenever you're hungry, just like eat, right? That's it. Very simple things. But keep it simple. Don't complicate things. Keep it simple. Be with yourself. don't attach yourself with like a lot of belief systems and religions, right? You can still go through it. So that was one that I learned. I think like we should practice. And practice from the place of compassion, right? That's what Sandeep brought to the table. And last thing that I would say, this is consistently from everyone. And Patri sir says this every time that we talk to him, right? We all have these inhibitions. Oh, I just started it. How do I know? Patri sir has been doing this for like 40 years. And maybe he is blessed because of his previous life or whatever. And then he just, and yeah, he can say all these things eloquently. But how do I know? I don't know anything. I haven't had any experiences. Yes, people like Sandeep sharing this, his friend's experience, or you going through your kids, or Divya talking about her kids, or Lawrence talking about her office, right? Yeah, I can see it, but when it is not hitting me, it is difficult to believe it, right? And when you don't have that trust in your own judgment, right, you will always be second guessing yourself. But there is one thing that I learned. Whatever you learned, if you learn A, teach A. If you learn A and B in alphabets, teach A and B to alphabets. Whatever you learn, just share with people, teach them, spread the joy, keep it simple, but practice, practice, practice. I think we all will benefit from it. Not only just us, we are all interconnected in this universe. If one part of the universe comes into unison with the energy, the resonance will take place and the frequencies will be adjusted to themselves and the whole world will be humming in harmony. So thank you, thank you, thank you, panel leaders. You have been such an inspiration, such a joy to talk to you. I look forward to many more like this in the coming events. Thank you very much. Thanks, Lawrence. Thanks, Divya. Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Srikanth. Patri sir, a quick question for you. Do you have any message? You heard experiences from different people. Before I move on to my next agenda, I would like to ask you, like, anything that you want to
wonderful.
tell us?
Absolutely wonderful to hear from all these great masters.
Fantastic.
Every time I hear like this, my Kundalini rises.
Wow.
My Kundalini rises not through my meditation, but by my Sajjan Sangatya and Swadhyaya. Whenever I read a Lobsang Rampa book, or Osho book, or D.T. Suzuki book, or Ruth Montgomery book, or Alan Watts book, or Linda Goodman book, my Kundalini rises. And whenever I hear all these experiences, my Kundalini rises. My Kundalini is constantly rising because of all the Sajjan Sangatya I do and all the Swadhyaya I do. My meditation did help me, but my Swadhyaya helped me, my reading books helped me, my Sajjan Sangatya helped me.
Yes.
That's why I ask everybody to read a lot of books. Read Ruth Montgomery, read Lobsang Rampa, read Osho Rajneesh, read Yogananda Paramahansa, read Swami Rama, read Carlos Castro. Actress, Hollywood actress. So read all these books. Read Brad Steiger. I have read hundreds and thousands of people. Each book greater than the other book. I have read hundreds of thousands of, I heard meditation experiences, each one higher than the other fellow. I am inundated. My life is full of Kundalini experiences. Yeah.
Wonderful.
And I am sure within another 10 years, all of us put together will convert this earthly hell into earthly heaven. Jairam, you are simply marvelous in your conducting.
Thank you, sir.
In your summarizing, in your questioning. You are a great master, Janda, Manda, Jaya. I like Divya calling you Jaya.
the feminine part of me, I guess.
And Sandeep, thank you very much. You are doing excellent, great work. And Srikanth is our master in USA who is controlling all, conducting all the activities of PSSM. And Lawrence is such a sweet lady. My goodness. She is my real idea of West meeting the East.
Yes.
She's a Western master, and she perfectly understood the East, and she combined the East in the West. The whole West should follow the example of Lawrence, and it will happen. If it can happen with Lawrence, it will happen with everybody else. The whole of the West.
I was born in India, you know, about 500 years ago, so that's why, Patriji. And I came back.
We all have had any number of past lives, but setting them apart in this lifetime, we have done our best.
Yes.
With the given resources, with the given mental setup. You know, every son of soil must become a son of soul. Soil and soul. In the word soil, you remove the I and put you, then you become a soul.
Wow.
Remove the I-ness from yourself. Put the otherness, the you-ness, taking care of the world, then you become a master. The soil, I is there in the soil. Remove the word I, letter I, and put the you. So others should be more important to you than yourself. For Jesus, the whole world was important for himself. He got crucified, but still he was aiming to help the whole world. He removed the I, he kept the you there. The same thing goes with every spiritual master. The Buddha removed his I, he kept you, the whole world. So removing the one letter, only change the one letter I to you. I am not important, you are important. Your neighbor is important. Your neighbor could be a dog or a cat or an elephant or a human being. Your cat is more important than yourself. Your elephant is more important than yourself. Your cow is more important than yourself. You can't kill and eat. The others are more important than you. But what are you doing? You are killing the others to increase yourself. I. Very, very poor life, poor philosophy. Remove the I, put the you, put the cow there. Cow is to be worshipped. The elephant is to be worshipped. The dog is to be worshipped. The cat is to be worshipped. And you have to diminish yourself and increase the value of others in your life. If you don't do that, you are just remaining a son of soil and you die as a son of soil. But if you remove that I and put you there, you become a son of the soul. Jesus said, my Father who art in the heaven. He is the Son of God. God and soul are replaceable words. So he claimed himself Son of God, not a son of Mary. Mary doesn't count. When Jesus was an 11-year-old boy, he was giving a lecture. Then somebody came running. Hey, your mom is calling you. Then Jesus said, 11-year-old boy, who is my mom? Who is my father? My father is in the heaven, not here. A 11-year-old boy was teaching. If a 11-year-old boy can teach, we can also teach. We should take lessons from that 11-year-old boy who started teaching, standing on the pedestal. On this occasion of Digital Meditation Summit, we bow to the great master, Jesus Christ. And equally, we bow to the great master, Gautam Buddha. These two people are my inspiration. PSSM is born out of these two people. Love thyself with all thy heart. That is the first commandment of Jesus. What is that commandment? Meditation. When you are doing meditation, you are loving yourself. The second commandment, love thy neighbor like thou lovest thyself. Who is that neighbor? That dog, that cat, that cow, that sheep. You can't kill your neighbor and eat. Thou shalt love thy neighbor like thou lovest thyself. Two commandments, only two commandments. The first commandment is meditation, the second commandment is vegetarianism. That's how you are going to love. Jesus' two commandments are the two commandments of PSSM. First commandment, Do meditation. Love yourself. Second commandment, you can't kill animals. You can't eat the carcasses thereof. That is not your food at all. Your food is based on plants. So you are loving your neighbors, animal kingdom. So Jesus' 2 commandments are the same as PSSM's first 2 commandments, meditation and vegetarianism. There you got everything, the whole of Jesus. This philosophy of Jesus should spread all over USA. USA is a technology king in the whole world. You should become a spiritual king also in the whole world. Like Lawrence did. She is a technology king. Now she is a spiritual king also, queen, if not king. Everybody should be like that. And Jairam Manda, thank you very much for a wonderful session with you and all the people. Thank you, Baba.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My gratitude to you. Always. Thank you, panelists. Let's move on to the next topic. I'm oozing with a lot of energy. I don't know. I'm sure like this is with everyone. Lot of learnings, and we'll continue to learn. So now let's do a bit of a transition from these very senior masters, both in community, corporate world, and we heard from Patri sir also. And we move to the future now, right? So we talk about people who are creating already, but we are now going to talk to a person who is going to create the future for the humanity. So it has been a great day for me. I want to actually talk to this person who is going to be a creator of the future, a guide to the future, and a teacher of the future world order. So it is my immense pleasure to introduce one of the young masters from India who is helping students of all ages, helping to calm their mind, gain clarity and confidence in their lives with a scientific approach. She is none other than our own Indrani Krishnamohan. Indrani, welcome to the, if you can turn on your video, that would be good. Welcome to the event. So she is a 30-year computer science engineering undergrad. So in the US, we call them undergraduate. So she is in 3rd year of computer science engineering. She is born and raised in India. She is trained with past life regression, inner child work, rebirthing, breath work, to just name a few. And she is a senior master practitioner, reaching out to the community, not only helping herself, but her peers in the school, in the college, going to other universities, recruiting students and helping them to do a lot of things with their own lives. So today she is going to talk about we create our own reality. What a theme it has been. The whole day we are talking about creating our own realities, be our own master. So this young master is going to talk about we create our own reality. So without any further delay, I'd like to welcome Indrani Krishnamohan. Indrani, welcome to the, take it over from here.
Thank you so much, sir. My deepest gratitude to my Guru, Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patri ji, and to the viewers of this PMC channel. My name is Indrani Krishnamohan. I'm from Tadipatri. Today I want to share with you this truth that we create our own reality. You know, the Seth Master says that we create all of it, not some of it, not most of it, but we create all of our life, each and every situation in our life, each and everything that we are dealing with ourselves, with our situations, with the society. Each and everything was created by us. You know, nowadays, we are more into the materialistic world. We are thinking we are so much developed in terms of computers, or in terms of robotics, in terms of cooperative world. Then how are you in your inner world, in your deeper journey, in your soul journey? Are you happy? Are you aware of what you are or where you come from? Do you know that you create your own happiness, that you are responsible for your own life? So I started meditation from my childhood, and being in this spiritual path made me to learn many things. And whatever I'm learning, I'm spreading also. So the first thing with the meditation, starting with the meditation, is that I can do anything that I want, that I can create everything. So I created my own reality. So whatever it is, so nowadays we think that some other persons are responsible for our lives. So we blame others. Or else we'll be in the victim mode, that this is all because of other persons that I am right in this current position. As the students, we always feel so stressful for the examinations, or we blame that because of the teachers I can't understand the subject, or we say that because of this friend I am like this. So these are everything, each and everything was created by us, and we can create our own reality. So when I come to know this, that I create my own reality, I completely changed everything. So I started being awareness. So I'm in an awareness state that how are my thoughts, how are my words, how are my belief system works. So when I come to know all of these things, I started changing my life. So when I was in the age of like 14, I was very much afraid of examinations. So I thought I will be forgetting everything in my examinations. I don't know if I score good marks in my examinations. How about my friends? I might be treated friendly with them. So, or will I be like in a victim mode? So when I come to know about this, so I started changing my thoughts that the power lies within me. Everything, each and everything that I can create. If I have the power to forget, I have the power to remember. If I have the power to create my family, my society, my friends, then I have the power to create a better family, to create a better society also. So this truth that we create our own reality had led me through many stages. It was like a plus point for me. It was like a step, an another step, a leap for me when I know this, that I create my own reality. Because when I know this, I started taking all the things into my own hands. I started being responsible for myself. Because each and every day we release so many thoughts in an awareness state or not in an unawareness state. So how are we creating our own reality? It's all because of our thoughts, belief systems, and through our words. So how? Because this law of attraction says what we send, we receive. So how are you using your thoughts? How are you using your words? How are you using your belief systems and your emotions? So usually, most of us think negative about ourselves, that I can't achieve this, that I cannot do this. Am I worthy? I'm not worthy. I'm not healthy enough to participate in any occasions. So, whatever it might be, we always tend to think negative, or we always think of what we don't want. So, when I come to know this, that we create our reality, I started sending these thoughts of what I want. I started sending these thoughts that I am healthy, that I can remember everything. I can create a better society. I can live healthy, happy, worthy, and lovable life for myself and also this world. So with these thoughts, whatever I am sending, and also it depends on our words. So not only the thoughts, our words are very powerful. Today, I'm here in front of you, and very great masters are in front of you speaking, inspiring many people. Those are just through their words. So these words also play a very important role in your life. So whatever you are thinking about yourself, you just speak out the same words to the society. Whatever it is, speak positively about yourself. Speak positively about your surroundings. Speak positively about your career. Speak positively about your goals. Because your words are the most highest frequencies after these thoughts. So again, your belief system, what do you believe about yourself? Experience, go deeper into yourself. Even though you think and you speak positively and miraculously, what do you believe? Because beliefs also plays a most important role. Usually we are in this physical world, we think that we are limited. Our thoughts are limited. We cannot create the world we want. But that's not true. We are limitless. We can create everything. It's just the belief we have in us that is stopping. So what's your belief? Do you think that you can't get enough? Do you think you cannot go through your life? Do you think this life is very hard? What is that? So if you change everything, this belief systems and everything in this present moment, because this present moment has so much power. This present moment, how you are releasing your thoughts, how you are releasing your words and your beliefs with your energy, with your emotions, these all depict your future. These are all helping you to create a future, this present moment. How are you feeling about yourself right in this present moment? So feel good about you because you are so much worthy, because you are miracle. You are God being in this body, in this wonderful body. Remember who you are. Remember the power within you. Everything, whatever it is that we created. So I started creating the situations for myself. If I'm unhealthy, I think of what kind of thoughts, because of what thoughts I'm not healthy right now, about what kind of words I used on myself or others. So I think what are the belief systems that I have in me that reach this reality for which I have created. So I think of this when I remember that these are the thoughts that I am not worthy or I am not healthy before. So right at this present moment, I change these thoughts. We can change, we can shift our energy from the negative to positive. So if you want to create your own reality, that's you just have to do is be in awareness. So how you speak, how you think, how you believe, how you are sending this energy to this universe. So all you have to do is this practice the meditation, because meditation helps us to bring that mindfulness at this present moment. It's just you are very happy, you feel that you are very worthy, and you feel that you can go through all the things, whatever the negative situations or positive situations, you feel that they're awesome, and you can come to know that you can learn from the surroundings. So you can now feel that they are like a lesson for us. If there is any positive situation or there is any negative situation, you can say that this is everything I have created and I can learn something from it. So everything, whatever it might be, so we can take our own responsibility in our life, and we can start changing our thoughts. We can start changing our words. We can start changing our beliefs. So this meditation can help you in every way, each and every aspect of your life. This meditation can bring you miracles in your life. So how can we change? So we can use this meditation, and you can use the affirmations also. So affirmations are not just nothing but a positive thoughts, a positive words we are saying right in this present moment. So you can use these affirmations continuously, daily. So you can change your positive into negative. So you can be aware of each and every moment, be mindful about yourself. So how you are thinking, how you are acting, how you are reacting to your surroundings. So everything, each and everything is created by us. So everything, each and everything, if we want life to be in harmony, we can just think of the society as a mirror, and we can mirror ourselves. What is that I have to learn? What is that other person showing to me? How can I change myself? If you're going to judge someone, it's just nothing but you are judging yourself. it's just you are judging that part of yourself from others. So I have learned everything, all these things, that this every situation is a mirror for us. How our thought works, how our words work, how our belief work. That we create our own reality. I've helped my friends sharing this knowledge that we create our own reality. So when I say that we create my own reality, I can feel that the whole power, everything in this universe is right in my hands. It's just we have to use it in a very positive way, from which it can help the universe to go through all these things. So from the students, for the young adults, everything, I was inspired from my mother and father, from my gurus, that we can create our own reality. We can change our thoughts. We can change our surroundings by changing us, by bringing that inner development within us. So again, how can we practice this? That we create our own reality. How can we practice this? That based on our thoughts, based on our words, based on our belief systems. It's just the one and only, the best way is meditation, being awareness, being in the mindfulness. So being in that bliss, using these affirmations, and you can always be in this present moment, because this present moment creates your life. Whatever you think of you right now is creating your future. So be in this present moment and you can achieve whatever you want from your life. And the gratitude practice you can daily implement in your life, because gratitude can bring the best out of us, can bring the best from our surroundings also. If you have gratitude, you can feel that abundance in you. So you are full of miracles in your life. You are full of what you want in your life. So we have to think. We have to very much aware of what we are thinking, how are our belief systems. Are they based on the abundance, or are they based on the poverty? Are they based on the worthiness or unworthiness? Are they based on we deserve it or we don't deserve it? Are they based on that we are loved and we are not loved? So all we have to do is just the shift from the negative to positive, the shift in your thoughts, the shift in your words. You need not to be afraid of what other thinks of you, because it's all you are creating it. So you can say, if you want to be healthy, you can say that I want to live a healthy life. If you want to say that you want to live an abundant life, you can say that I want to live an abundant life. Even if I think, most of the students where I've observed is, they think that they want something, but what they speak is completely different. Because in this, from my friends and around my society, I've observed this. So what they think and what they speak is completely different. Instead of that, we can bring this awareness, we can bring this practice of speaking of what we want instead of what we don't, and changing our belief system. If you have a limitless belief that you are not worthy, see this masters, how they are doing such a great work. They are such an inspirational for us. If they can do, why can't we? We do have that same capability, same capacity in us. So we can do it. So the thoughts which you have, speak positive, think positive, and you can change this belief. If you practice, if you believe in yourself that you can do it, that you are worthy and you deserve, you just have to shift. You can use this meditation practice so that you can gain some energy. You can know that who you are, and practice this gratitude daily. Be gratitude to everyone, mainly for ourselves, for our body, because this body is such a wonderful tool which is helping us to live in this present situation. Be gratitude to your body, be gratitude to your gurus for the things which you use, which you have in your life, for your teachers, for your parents. This gratitude is going to help you it's a very powerful tool. And one more thing we can say is, be sure that you see the persons in a new different way. Because so what I'm saying is, actually when we see a person, we'll have a thought that we just judge them, either it's a positive or negative. So when we have the first thought about others, then we continuously have that same experience, same feeling about others. So instead of that, when you see a person, when you see your surroundings, you just think in a different way, in a different good manner about others, about your surroundings. Then you come to know the different possibilities of this world. You can be in a different perspective. You can view this world in a different perspective. You can see that there is a good thing in each and every person. Each and every person deserves better, and you deserve better. Each and every person deserves better, and we can create our reality, and we have the power in this present moment. You can practice this meditation. Just observe your breath, nothing more than that. You can just sit calmly. You can just close your eyes, observe your breath. That can make you to reach your goals, your purpose of your life, and your reality. So all I want to say is that the power lies within you. It's just you who wants to use it. You take your responsibility back to yourself, and you create your own reality. So just practice meditation and be in a state of awareness. Know who you are. I want to conclude with this, that we create our own reality. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Indrani.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Such a powerful message from you. You're so young, but you're so old in your knowledge. Patri sir, any comments, any questions for Indrani?
Yes, I've been to her town, Tadipatri. I've been there for the past 25 years. And I've seen her from a small baby stage. Okay, and grow up like this, my goodness. I can't believe my own eyes. I can't believe my own ears when I'm hearing her. Such chaste English, such clear mind, such clear message. And she has been abundantly helped by her mom and her dad, who are very great masters in the whole of PSSM movement. I am personally, eternally grateful to her father. He supports me so much financially. Whenever I want some money, immediately he will send money. Whatever may be the amount. And her mom is such a great speaker. Now she is wanted everywhere in the whole of PSSM. So now I find this girl, my goodness, I don't know about her younger sister. I don't know what she will be in the future. Huh? Indrani, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's all because of your blessings, your guidance. Thank you so much, sir.
What a dynamite. What a dynamite. Indrani, so Patri sir said that he knows your mom and your dad very well. Now it's making me curious. I'm sure a lot of people want to know, like, who are they? Can you just briefly introduce who those two angels are? Your dad and mom?
Yes. Yeah, my father name is Krishna Mohan and my mother name is Samya Krishna Mohan. We live in the Tadipatri. So after their marriage, they came into this spiritual path. So they have been meditated for around, I think, 24 years. So my father was a gold merchant. So my mother was a housewife. So they practice this meditation, and we have been attending. We have been listening to the Patri sir, and we have been in the Kartal, and we are in the Life University. So by Dr. Newton and Dr. Lakshmi. So we have gone through the workshops of them. So right
Phenomenal.
now, my mother is taking many Zoom sessions, and my father is supporting. And all I can say is they are my inspiration. I am here because of them. Like I saw them meditating, and my mother is the best part that played in my life. So he taught me all these things about meditation, visualization, about how we create our reality, and she helped me all these things.
Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. I think like I have a lot more belief in our future now, a lot more trust in our future, a lot more confidence in the future, because young people like you who are so eloquent, you practiced, you made it your own, and you are now teaching your experiences to people in such a simple, powerful, eloquent language. Bless you, bless you. Really, really happy to see you. I'm sure like
Thank you,
many
sir.
more to come from you. You're a gift to the humanity. Thank you, Indrani.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Yeah.
for this opportunity.
I know it's about 9 o'clock your time in India. Thanks for staying
Yes, sir.
awake and so fresh, so attentive, and so eloquent. Thank you. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
So let me wrap up with a couple of thoughts that I gathered from Indrani, and then we are the masters of our own destiny that we create. We create our own thoughts. Our thoughts become our realities. Our experiences are what makes us, right? So we are our own experiences. So you have a choice to acknowledge, react to the world, and the way that you react to the world is the way that your world gets created for you. So no complaining, no whining, no dependency on other people. It all starts with you, it ends with you. The way that you react to the world, the way that you interact with the world will interact back with you. So such a powerful message. Thank you, Indrani, for manifesting this in your life. So Patri sir, I have, before I bring in the next anchor, I just want to actually share on the theme of this young kids learning and who are the future of this world. I have a small video, a 10-second video that we want to play. Almost a baby, a 2.5-year-old a baby girl named Jodha. She is in Atlanta, Georgia. She is the daughter of one of our senior pyramid masters, Pawan. So we want to show her, like, she is born with she's a water baby. So just a 15-second video on how she does meditation and her essentially how she is actually growing. So without further delay, admins, can you please cue in the video? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So that's the 2.5-year-old. She is already getting into that mode. I heard so many good things about her. Like, she is very well behaved, very understanding. They had another baby now. I think the cooing sounds that you hear in the background are the little baby that they just had the second one. So beautiful, master. I'm sure like we look forward to learn from her in the future. Um, so this is the I think the theme is the same since the morning. We consistently hear this, right? You don't need to teach kids. You behave like one, they practice from you. You lead the way. You be the example. You lead by example, kids will follow you, right? And that's the thing. And go at it, practice it, be a role model for them. Thank you, all the masters so far. So Now I'll take the opportunity to introduce my next co-anchor, one of our senior pyramid masters from Atlanta, Sheetal Pawar, the big smile lady. Sheetal has been with the PSSM since 2010. Teaching and spreading meditation has been her chosen path now. So Sheetal, take it away. You have a grand speaker waiting. I don't want to reveal his or her name because I need to be neutral. I can't wait. Take it away, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Jairam, for the lovely introduction. Namaste, Patri sir.
Namaskar.
Namaste, sir. Friends, my name is Sheetal and I am from Atlanta, Georgia. What a beautiful meditation by Patri sir today. I really enjoyed that, sir. Beautiful sharings from corporate leaders and young master Indrani. What a wisdom she's carrying. So inspiring. I thoroughly enjoyed the session and I'm sure you all did too. So friends, if you want to ask any questions to our speakers, please post your questions in the YouTube chat and we are going to ask to our speakers. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our next guest speaker, Ananda Karunesh from Boston, Massachusetts. Ananda Karunesh. The name itself carries happiness and kindness, most important seeds for a beautiful life. And now he has 1,000 seeds of joys to share through the wisdoms of path goddesses Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Parvati. Ananda Karunesh experienced a Zen awakening at the age of 19, which opened the doors to an expanded spiritual awarenesses. He has engaged in meditatives and spiritual practices for past 38 years. He is the founder of Path of Joy, a humanitarian organization dedicated to spreading the teachings of goddesses Lakshmi, Saraswati, Parvati, Kuan Yin, Tara, and other ascended goddesses from different spiritual pantheons of the world. Currently, he is funding the Devi Circle project, which brings together leading spiritual teachers of the divine feminine consciousness for creating Devi circles in India and other countries for physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. He worked as a chairman of the finance department at the Eisenberg School of Management, University of Massachusetts, Amherst, from January 2011 until August 2018. Last year in December, we had a great opportunity to have him for Dhyana Mahila Chakram. That was really great presence which was given by Ananda Karunesh to our PSSM family. Thank you so much. Now I welcome Ananda Karunesh. Hearty welcome to you, sir. It gives immense joy to have you here with us on this digital meditation summit. I am very much benefited from your book, 1,000 Seeds of Joy. Your wisdom nurtured many seeds in me, and I am enjoying the blossoms of these seeds. I'm sure people around the world are eagerly waiting for you to listening, and the stage is all yours, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheetal ji. Thank you. What a wonderful introduction. Thank you, Brahmashri Patri ji.
Namaskar, Swamiji. Namaskar.
How are you? Kaise hain?
On behalf of all of India, forever, I am thanking you, Swamiji, for your great efforts. You have given the greatest thing to the whole world, the 1,000 seeds of joy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is my gratitude, and I want to thank the goddesses who have made this possible. Beautiful time that we are living in. We already saw just with the last speaker, Indrani, how the new children are blossoming. And we see such people even in America. The young generation is so beautiful. Lovely souls, some people call them indigo children. And so they are really coming with a lot of energy, a lot of wisdom. And we have to learn to surrender to that wisdom that is in our inner child, So yeah, want to acknowledge all the wonderful things that are happening. So Patri ji, I was thinking how to start this today. So we are going to speak about the wisdom of Saraswati ji. And as you know, she represents the goddess of, music, She is the goddess of wisdom, and we're going to speak about a lot of wisdom. But I wanted to make it a little more experiential. So do you have your flute next to you?
I have, Swamiji.
So I am going to play a song that I sang with Rini. I sang it too. And we have a Path of Joy teacher, Rini Mansata. She probably is watching here too. So she and I sang this song. It's called Aham Prema, I Am Love. And I think that is the most beautiful wisdom of the time, which is to acknowledge our shadow, to integrate with our shadow by saying, I am love. So maybe I will play that song and you play the flute with it, and that will be beautiful.
No, the Shruti won't match, Swamiji.
Okay, so it goes, I can start playing it and you can see if you can join.
I can see. Yes.
Okay, let us do that. And so we will start with that, which is, you know, a beautiful song about loving oneself. Then we will maybe do a meditation, which is a guided meditation by Saraswati ji in the book. And then we'll have enough time for talk about wisdom and question answers. So that'll set the right mood for the goddesses, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So here we go. So we will listen to this. Okay. How was that, everybody? Enjoyed it? Okay. So now let us do a meditation. Is that a good idea, Sheetal?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, so we had the sound and now we will have some silence. So we will have my meditation that is guided by Saraswati ji. It is her meditation. I will wait for, yeah, should we start now? I guess.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes sir, we can.
So
Sure.
this meditation is called Blessing Oneself. So when you do this song, which is Aham Prema, you love yourself. One of the best ways of loving yourself is blessing oneself. So this is the first meditation in our book, Thousand Seeds of Joy. Which so this is a beautiful meditation. All you have to do is sit comfortably and enjoy it. And I will just read what Saraswati ji said in the meditation. So it's a guided meditation by Goddess Saraswati. Okay?
Sure.
Everybody ready? Okay, let
Yes.
us do it. So sit comfortably where you are. And with your eyes closed, become aware of your breath. Now take a deep breath in and breathe it out slowly. Continue to breathe slowly and deeply. Become aware of time. Become aware of the time before you incarnated in this lifetime on earth. See yourself as a soul, a being of divine light, born from your own higher self, full of joy, love, freedom, compassion, gratitude, forgiveness, peace, and other soul feelings. See your parents, your siblings, and your relatives, your friends, everyone else you know in this life, also as souls born from their higher selves. Consider that your soul, like all souls, chose to know darkness by going through a cycle of physical incarnations so that your higher self may expand into an even greater emptiness. Know that the highest divine beings like Buddhas and ascended gods and goddesses have also experienced contrast by incarnating in the physical realms. Take another deep breath in and breathe it out slowly. Now become aware of the time of your early childhood in your body. Remember the long and joyous days of presence, followed by sweet nights of rest. Recall those moments of completeness when you felt a deep connection with the mountains. When you became totally silent watching the colors of a sunset. when you were immersed in the beautiful night of starlights, and when an unspoken joy filled your senses and your soul for no reason. Now recall the time during your childhood and puberty when you became identified with your mind. Remember your emotions, both positive and negative. The emotions of love and affection shared with family members, as well as the emotions of sadness, anger, and loneliness when you were disappointed or when you felt alone. Remember the emotions of fear and anxiety when you felt threatened in some way, either physically or psychologically. Remember the emotions of shame and embarrassment when you felt inadequate and exposed. Remember the birth of your ego and how your suffering increased over the years as you became more strongly identified with your ego. Now become aware of the inner child who still lives in you from your childhood. The child who was not loved enough or was abused. The child who is sad or angry about what occurred in your childhood. The child who is fearful and anxious because of the threatening experiences of your childhood. The child who is carrying the feelings of shame and embarrassment from your childhood. Visualize a soft white light entering from your higher self from the top of your head. The light reaches all of your 7 chakras one by one. As you breathe in, visualize the light shining brightly through all 7 chakras. As you breathe out, visualize the light spreading into your body with joy, compassion, gratitude, love, forgiveness, freedom, peace, and other soul feelings. See the light joining your body and soul into an expanded oneness that transcends the mind. Continue breathing in and out with this visualization. Hold your inner child to your heart. Nurture him or her with the magnificent light of your higher self, shining out through your body and your soul with each cycle of your breath. Let the suffering of your inner child dissolve fully as you synchronize your breath with the child's breath. Let the child feel safe being held in your arms. Nourish the child with compassion and forgiveness emanating from your heart. Let the child feel the joy and laughter arising through your belly. Let the child feel your devotion through your higher heart. See yourself merging with your inner child. May you be safe. May you be healthy. May you be happy. With blessings to you, Mahadevi Saraswati. Just keep your eyes closed for another 30 seconds to a minute. Just keep watching your breath, feeling that love for your inner child. And when you're ready, come back into your body. Feel your toes in your fingers, move your toes, move your fingers. And put your hands on your eyes. And when you're ready, slowly open your eyes. Okay, so now we're in a place of very beautiful feeling of love. We sang a song of love, Aham Prema, which is perhaps the highest form of wisdom at this time, because many of us have evolved, but we are emotionally attached to our shadows. We are aiming to be totally enlightened. We want to be even more loving than we are. But we already have done such amazing work, but the shadow still remains. So we need to infuse even more love towards ourselves. The deep, deep, innocent love, Not the love of a narcissist, we have many of them also, but love of your higher self, beyond the ego. in this love, you are one with everybody. You don't have this strong sense of I-ness that starts melting away. It includes your personal sense of I-ness also, but it's much vaster. So it is not, seva doesn't mean that you only love others. You must love yourself, must take care of your body, take care of your mind, spend enough time in meditation, give enough time to yourself in exercising, all of that. You have to take care of yourself. You have to love yourself. Only then you can love others, right? But it's a very expansive love. The self-love goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And there are many parts of you, you know, if you go nowadays, a lot of information is coming. So a lot is being revealed, which was hidden. So one of the beautiful pieces of wisdom that is coming from higher dimensions. So you might have heard this, you know, there are many books now coming on this. There are many messages coming on this. There are people even contacting, you know, people from our, you know, other dimensions. There are proofs coming from that also. So there are dimensions beyond our three-dimensional reality. You can say the fourth dimension is the dimension of time. So once you've mastered that dimension, you can go back and forth in time, which typically happens in our heavens. I don't mean all the highest heavens, but heavens, you know, where you go in between lifetimes, then come back. It's like a vacation. So there you get to witness all that you did in this lifetime. There's a life review process. So you go back in time, you know. So in the heavenly realms, it's easier to move across time. So that's like the fourth dimension. And the fifth dimension is when you are even beyond time and space. In a way, you are beyond heaven and hell. Then you're, you know, fully enlightened. All your chakras are open. So this way you have sixth dimension, seventh dimension. These dimensions basically take you more into emptiness, more into your higher self. And the sense of physicality totally goes away in the fifth dimension. You're only light. Some people achieve that. Buddha attained that even here. If you think about some really high vibrational places on earth, one of them is Tibet. I visited Tibet in 2018, and the energy there is palpable. The energy of, you know, Tibet was like a, you know, I shouldn't say this, of course, politically, but Tibet was where Mount Kailash and a lot of what we write in our scriptures and all that is in Tibet, you know, Mansarovar, all of that, you know. So it's like a, you know, an extension of our culture. So if you go to Tibet, you will feel that energy. And in Tibet, there's a lot of, you know, people who have these experiences even now, where they have masters who can have rainbow bodies. And rainbow bodies are bodies of light. So when these masters leave their body, they just evaporate. Only, they say only their nails and their hair, something like that is left back, but everything else evaporates. So some people even on earth are just walking as, you know, with rainbow bodies of light, which is the highest form of enlightenment that can happen in fifth dimension. And then there are sixth dimension and higher dimensions where even the light frequency becomes even lighter and lighter. And there is more oneness and more oneness and more oneness. So you might have a sense of some kind of reality where there are different light beings in fifth dimension, but in higher dimensions, even that is merging. So that oneness to the source goes on increasing and increasing and increasing. And a lot of that information is coming now with the time we're living in. So to people like, you know, the younger people and even everybody, even older people, but younger people, especially like Indrani and others, that who are just starting on their paths just some years ago, or, you know, deeply on the spiritual path, infinity is open to them because they are young and they come with a lot of resources, and the kind of enlightenment we will see in the coming times will be phenomenal. There'll be a lot of people who will have these kind of experiences where they'll become rainbow bodies and so on, because that is our future. That is where we're going. So don't limit yourself to what you've seen about enlightenment in the last 100 years or 1,000 years. You know, now a lot of energies are helping us. Goddesses are coming, divine beings are coming, extraterrestrials are coming, everybody's coming. Everybody wants Earth to evolve. And Earth is seen as a very big planet because we have done the work. We have done the work in the sense we've lived the opposite of what we are not with an intensity. If you look at the story of Jesus Christ and other people, we've lived that intensity. We've experienced the darkness. And we've done that without destroying the planet. There have been planets where when some darkness came, they just chose to destroy the planet. And it was all done. So Earth is special because there's already a lot of spiritual work that has happened. And much will be happening. So it's a very special time. Now you can attain in these times in a much easier manner what was where the divine timing was not there in the previous times. So what wisdom can take you to more enlightenment? That's a question. Today is the question about wisdom. Goddess Saraswati, if you look at her lifetimes, what she has spoken in the book, what she says is that she lived many lifetimes. Even though we only know about her important lifetimes, she lived many lifetimes. In many lifetimes, she just came as an ordinary person. But yet there was something extraordinary. She would, even if she was just a mother in one lifetime, the way she took care of her children, that created, you know, generations of goodness in that particular family because the kind of unconditional love she gave. But it was a very normal, ordinary lifetime that nobody knows about. So she says she came in many lifetimes like this also. But then I asked her about some of the significant lifetimes that we know about her. So we talked about 3 of her lifetimes. And in these 3 lifetimes, she created so much wisdom for planet Earth in the paths of Hinduism and Buddhism. So in one particular, this is more, when we say lifetime, we mean any kind of incarnation. You know, it can even be an incarnation in the heavens. You know? It doesn't have to be incarnation on Earth because we're talking about divine beings. So in one heavenly incarnation, you know, they talk about where Brahmaji is, you know, doing a yagna, and then she is late. She does not come on time, but the yagna has to begin on time because of the divine timing. So then he gets married to Gayatri Devi, and then she comes late. Now, in a way, it's a story, but what she speaks after that has been interpreted as curses, but they're not curses, she says. This was just part of their higher selves making a contract. So she was supposed to say all those things about all the gods. There was Vishnu ji, Lakshmi ji, there's Lord Shiva, Lord, you know, Parvati ji, and then every god that was there, she had something to say to them, which generated their soul paths. So she said something to Vishnu ji, and that created his incarnation in Ramayana. In that way, she said something to Vishnu ji that also created his incarnation as Buddha, you know, where his separation from Yashodhara and enlightenment, all these things. So that was one incarnation, and from those were created scriptures, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Buddhism, all of that. So Vedanta came out of that, you know. So she would say she's the goddess of Vedanta. Brahmaji is the god of Vedas. Vedas is all the rituals and all the, you know, supplications to gods, and, you know, and Vedanta is where the true wisdom flowers. Vedanta is, you know, then the whole path even grew with Adi Shankaracharya and other people, and she's been inspiring a lot of them. So this Vedanta is where the true knowledge is. So where the wisdom is. Everything else was knowledge, but Vedanta becomes wisdom. So that was one incarnation. And so she's the goddess of, in a way you can say, of Vedanta. Then her second incarnation that not too many people know about was she and Lakshmi together incarnated as wives of Manjushri. Manjushri was one of the two great Buddhas. Manjushri and Avalokiteshvara began the Mahayana path of Buddhism. So Buddhism is a vast stream. It, you know, of course, began with Gautama Buddha, but there were other Buddhas that were there even before Gautama Buddha. In fact, in our Vedas, there's a mention of Adi Buddha. And historians say Adi Buddha lived in 1700 BC. So Gautama Buddha lived around 600 BC. So he lived 1700 BC. And Adi Buddha was known in his lifetime as Sugata Buddha. That's what the scriptures say. But when he passed away, when he got enlightened and then he left his body, then in the heavens he's known as Adi Buddha, the first Buddha. And his enlightenment happened, as the book says, with Prajna Paramita. He merged with Prajna Paramita. Who's Prajna Paramita? Prajna Paramita, Goddess Saraswati, is Goddess Saraswati. So that was that merging of Prajna Paramita with Adi Buddha, which was kind of a little more of a tantric aspect, enlightenment through merging. So this aspect is what Saraswati then came into in her next incarnation after she came with Manjushri. With Manjushri, she came and then she scribed some scriptures of Mahayana Buddhism. That is not so well known for her role, but that's a role she played. Then she came as a great, or the greatest female Buddha in Tibet, celebrated as the greatest. And even now, when I went to Tibet, she is seen as the greatest female Buddha, Yeshe Tsogyal. And in the scriptures also, Guru Padmasambhava, he is asking her to incarnate. He's saying, Saraswati, take birth, you know. And then even Buddhists all agree that she was incarnation of Saraswati. There's no disagreement about this. Buddhists agree. Saraswati ji celebrated both in Hinduism and Buddhism. So then she came as Yeshe Tsogyal in a very interesting drama-filled life. You know, she was born as a princess of a place called Kharchen. She was very beautiful, very, very beautiful. And, you know, her birth was like when Buddha was born, you know, it was a painless birth and so on. But the father was a bit patriarchal. So as she grew up, then the time came, you know, she went through puberty, and time came for her to get married, and the word of her beauty spread. So all the area chiefs, you know, they were not big kings everywhere, you know. So the chief of that area, the regional chief, you know, he heard about her and he wanted to marry her. She said no. She knew right from the beginning, early age, that there is no marriage like this in her life. She didn't want to get married. She told her father, I don't want to get married. But the father didn't agree. He allowed this regional chief to take her. She didn't want to go. He took her. She ran away. He found her again. He chained her and again took her. Somehow she escaped again. And then eventually, because her beauty was so amazing and everybody had heard about her, she eventually was married to the emperor Trisong Detsen. He was the emperor of Tibet. So she got married to him. Even him, she didn't really want to marry, but she agreed because she made some conditions, and Trisong Detsen was a very spiritual emperor. He agreed. So she married him. But that was not her path. Her path is very non-linear. Lots of connections like this, lots of, she really in that life explored wisdom. She was really asking questions. What's the meaning of life? What she wants to do? Does she want to meditate? She's now married to an emperor, but still she is leading a life of meditation. Then because Trisong Detsen, he was very spiritual person himself, he invited Guru Padmasambhava from India. His name had already spread, and he invited. Before this invitation, of course, I'll just speak for maybe 3-4 minutes about Guru Padmasambhava, what happened with him. So Guru Padmasambhava, or they call him Rinpoche Padmasambhava, he was found as an already born child, as they say, in a big lotus flower in a lake. That's what the story says. So there is no mention of his parents. He just came from the universe. He was just found as this amazing child. And he would practice meditation and so on. And he had a following that started happening with him. And then there was a princess Mandarva. Mandarva was a beautiful princess of a born to a king, and she also was only interested in meditation and spiritual growth. That was her main interest. So she would refuse all marriage offers, and her father would keep getting upset. But he saw that she had some amazing spiritual qualities, so he let her do her meditations. They created a little kind of a monastery right next to the palace, and where first 300 women came, and then another 500 women came. So she was already leading like a nunnery of 800 women already before she even met Guru Padmasambhava. Finally, Guru Padmasambhava and she meet after she's already ordained 800 women into Buddhism. And Guru Padmasambhava also has its following. So these two meet. When they meet, something happens. They found each other. It was like, almost like, soulmates, So they were on each other's spiritual paths. So the father finds out. Father is kind of very upset. My daughter told me she doesn't want to get married. She created all this nunnery and all of this. I did everything she asked for. And now there is something going on between these two, Padmasambhava and Mandarva, Princess Mandarva. So they are together, and he's upset. So he gets so upset, he decides to burn them. He lights the pyre, and then he puts them in there, and there's a whole fire that burns. The fire burns, and everything finishes, but these two are still alive, and a lake forms around them. Now, Guru Padmasambhava was like the Krishna of Buddhism. Krishna could do all kinds of things, dance on the serpent's hood and all of that. Guru Padmasambhava is like that in Buddhism. Buddha was like more, Gautama Buddha was more serious, his mannerism was a little more serious, We do have laughing Buddha and all that, but that came in Mahayana Buddhism more, laughter, joy, and all of that. But Padmasambhava is like a very joyous Buddha. So he was still there, like magic happened, the lake happened. This lake still exists in Himachal Pradesh. And people go visiting that lake. So when that happened, then the father of Princess Mandarva, he decided, oh my God, these are enlightened beings. So he gets them properly, worshipped and married and all of that. And then they both, with their powers, they both go to Nepal. And in Nepal, there are these caves, which are called Marathika caves. And these caves, both of them did some very advanced tantric initiations and rituals. And in that, both of them became rainbow bodies. with those rituals. They attained the highest levels of enlightenment, both of them, him and her. So it's not that he attained his enlightenment on his own. It happened together with Princess Mandarva. You know, they both got enlightened together in the same place. You know. Of course, once you're that enlightened, then sometimes you'll stay together. Other times, you know, you go on your paths because you have to enlighten other people. So then they went on their own journeys, and then Guru Padmasambhava went to Tibet, and where he knew from his enlightenment, he was inviting Saraswati. Why? Because she had the skills to scribe, to write. She's the writer. She writes all wisdom. So he knew he probably could not do all that writing. So he invited her again and again, and she was born as Yeshe. So our story of Yeshe Syogal was going, where now this person, the three-song death son of Tibet, invites Guru Padmasambhava to Tibet. So he goes to Tibet. There, Guru Padmasambhava finds this connection with Yeshe. He is the one, she is the Saraswati he's been waiting for. So there's a communication that happens, and then the king agrees, emperor agrees, yes, your disciple can go with you. So then Yeshe goes with Guru Padmasambhava, and they together, you know, she learns a lot from him because he's fully enlightened. It's her path also to get fully enlightened. So he gives her all the initiations, and then they also do some tantric practices, and then she gets fully enlightened. So she was a fully enlightened female Buddha. And then in Buddhism, unlike other religions where, you know, because we are falling into this contrast, into Kali Yuga and all of that. So what happens is, if you put the wisdom out too soon, then the kings and the emperors, they want to be the highest. They want to be like gods. They take that wisdom and then they destroy it. This happened to the Bible. You know, King Herod didn't like it, and Constantine didn't like it. No, nobody likes all this, you know, something that's bigger than them, you know. So they made the Bible very simple. They burnt most of the Bibles. They only kept 4 versions of the Bible. So they destroy scriptures. That tendency was there in Tibet also. But in Tibet, they found a way. These enlightened masters, they found a way to hide their scriptures until the scriptures were ready to be read. So Yeshe Syogal took a lot of the wisdom, the teachings of Guru Padmasambhava and her own teachings, and she hid them. They hide them in different ways. They hide them in, it could be hidden like a scripture, but generally it is hidden like a thought form that will be put in some stone, which is placed underneath a lake or something like that. And when the right enlightened being will come upon that, they will just get the knowledge, you know, they will get the revelation. So these people who get the revelations, they are called the treasurer, they get the, what is the name? Treasury revealers or treasure revealers, they're called. So these treasure revealers, they are born, they're called tertons actually in English, Tertons. So these tertons, they get awakened, and then they find the right objects where the knowledge is hidden. And then these scriptures get written. So there's a lot of writings in this part of Tibetan Buddhism, which is the Vajrayana Buddhism, which is still in Tibet, which is still not come out. One of the reasons goddesses said China went into Tibet is because they were very happy in Tibet with their knowledge. And Tibet is quite an enlightened place. This knowledge had to come out. If it had to come out, it had to find a reason. So China went into Tibet. So all these Tibetan masters went to India and America and everywhere. And many of them, lamas, got even, they decided to be reborn in America and India. So suddenly all this knowledge is spreading now. There are lots of books that have come out with Yeshe, with Tibetan Buddhism in the recent times. This is all the wisdom. Most of it is the wisdom of Yeshe Syogal. And it's even coming out now. So all of these tertons who found these, discovered these treasures, these wisdoms, they discovered them at the right time. Because in those scriptures, they would also write who will discover this, and then that Lama would be born, and then they would discover it, and that's how they kept getting written. So why I mention all of this is this because Saraswati ji has been with Vedanta, she's been with Mahayana Buddhism, and she's also been with Vajrayana Buddhism. Now, Vedanta is, we all know what it is, and we know a lot about it. Mahayana Buddhism basically added emptiness and love and compassion, emptiness and compassion in a much bigger way to Theravada Buddhism. So Theravada Buddhism was practices, discipline, just sitting, meditating, but just this spontaneous opening of the heart. And then this insight-based meditations, where you debate, where you question, and then opening of the heart, where you can get spontaneous enlightenment, like Zen. All that happened in Mahayana Buddhism. So that is where Saraswati ji's role was with Manjushri. And Manjushri Avalokiteshvara were, the two great Buddhas there. And then Vajrayana Buddhism, which is a Tantric Buddhism, where not only your heart opens, but you integrate all 7 chakras. So you see, Tantra is very misunderstood. Tantra is not between 2 people. 99% of the Tantra happens within. Within meaning all your lower chakras and higher chakras, they all get aligned. So the ecstasy starts happening within. One doesn't need a partner for Tantra. But Tantric initiations can offer an enlightenment. If you are completely enlightened master, then your union with another person can enlighten them fully. That can happen. But that's not how it is being used in the Western countries. It is not being used in a spiritual way, like how it is, experienced in Vajrayana Buddhism. But that's the future of humanity, because goddesses say this Vajrayana Buddhism is going to unfold like a bigger way. Not that Buddhism, but our path is going to go in that direction, where you go, all chakras get aligned and open together. So you start having experiences within. The ecstasy starts happening within. And that happens by totally accepting all of oneself, all of your shadow. That Aham Prema song, love every part of you. There is no lower, there is no higher. When you eat some food, you eat with such delight that it's your last meal. Anything you engage in, when you love somebody, you love them 100%. So in a way, it comes back to the same message of now that Indrani ji was talking about. And that present moment now, that everybody talks about, but in a very deep way, in a way that we meditate also on our breath and everything. But everything we do is like a moment of meditation. That's Tantra. It is not just a 1 hour practice of breath, but everything we do. The earth we walk upon, the flower that we see, everything that we do is done with a sense of divinity, with a sense of connection. That is Tantra, joining everything. So joining the lower and the higher, there is nothing else that remains. After you are adept in Tantra, there's nothing such as negative or lower, because everything has become bliss-filled, everything has become light. And so that way is the future, because that way is a quicker way in a way, and that way is something that we are ready for now. So how to, if the children are raised in that way, where, okay, let us take an example, how we raise children and how can we be raising the children. So right now what happens, parents get busy, both of them have jobs, maybe one parent has job and one parent is at home, and they're taking care of the child. Generally, they give attention to the child when the child is 2 years, 3 years old, when the child is having a problem. Child starts, crying something, okay, child needs food, When the child is simply watching with an amazing awareness, just looking at you in silence, we don't know how to be with the child in those types. So can we, suppose you have a 4-year-old and you go for a walk. Now you are sort of, let's say you have an awareness, you're a little bit enlightened, and you can see that the child is having an awareness, which means child is really feeling the connection with everything. And you're sitting on a bench. If you're not very aware, you'll ignore that moment. But if you're aware, you will hold the hand of the child and just look in the eyes and acknowledge that oneness that the child is experiencing. You'll both smile at each other and you'll just keep experiencing that. But parents don't do that. Parents will typically wait till child is having some problem and then give a lot of attention. So the children get used to only getting attention, only getting love when they have a problem, right? So slowly those moments, which were very beautiful, blissful moments, get de-emphasized because parents don't even see them when the children are having those experiences. But if parents could feel that the child is having such an amazing experience, this is what meditation experiences are, then they would encourage that. They would hold the child's hand. So this is called the nurtured heart approach. There's an approach in America based on how to raise children using this. Give them attention when they are silent, when they're when they're connected, emphasize that. When they're having too many, they're doing too much drama and all of that, keep a watchful eye, but don't pay too much attention on that. Whatever you pay attention to will grow. So if you start paying attention to them when they're having these beautiful, blissful moments, they will grow more in their lives. And as they grow more in their lives, then as they are growing into teenage and adult years, they'll remember those. It's all remembering those childhood moments of bliss and joy and unconditional love. And if you can stay with those and make them grow more and more, enlightenment might just be a flowering, a blossoming with this Vajrayana type paths, with these goddess paths. Because everything is given that reverence, every moment, every tree, you live like that. And if we start living like that, then enlightenment can be a very different experience. It is not that it requires one to do deep tapasya and all of that. It can just be a natural flowering. So there's that wisdom that is coming now about this natural enlightenment, which is with joy, which is with love, which is with, just living with intensity. We don't live with intensity. We live in the head, so we don't live with intensity. The body is absent. The soul is absent. Just the mind is going on and on and on. Mind only works for just one need, survival. You want to survive, you want to have a house and buy food and all of that. Yeah, mind is good for that. But beyond that, mind has no role. Mind doesn't have a role in connecting with the trees, with connecting with the stars, with connecting with the earth, with connecting with human beings. Mind, it has very little role, no role in that. It's the body that connects and the soul that connects. So mind is lower on this path. In path of joy, mind is the most dense. Body is less dense. Body can get you much closer to enlightenment than mind. That is why we do breathing and we watch the breath and we feel our senses, because body is connected to the soul in a much, much more intimate, then soul and then higher self. Mind is the most dense. It is needed. It is needed for, doing some computer work, typing, writing, for survival needs. Our institutions are set up in such a way right now that we need a lot of mind. Suppose everybody lived with truth, which business discipline would disappear? Everybody spoke truth, let's say. So you have, finance, accounting, marketing. What would be the first one to just go? If everybody lived with truth, there would be no accounting, there'd be no auditing, right? So a lot of our fields of knowledge exist because we live in the head, we live in the mind, we live with fears, we live with lies, we're living with the wrong energies, right? If we lived with the right energies, with love, with truth, with joy, a lot of this would just disappear. Knowledge would change, because knowledge is not wisdom. Knowledge is just accumulation of certain type of information, certain types of information that you need, but that information and knowledge could be based on your ego needs or security needs. So basically the big message is that the wisdom that we're getting today is of a lot of enlightenment that may happen on earth. And we have to keep our vision not limited. And the reason I brought up some of the advanced paths is because these paths will also come on earth as goddesses reveal more information. And we can directly access a lot of openings, and a lot can happen with the newer generation who are already coming with that, to be on that path. So keep your sight open to the sky as an infinite sky, you know, anything is attainable at this time. It's a very, very special time. So that's all I want to say about, you know, the wisdom of Saraswati and all of that. Maybe we can open it up to some questions. Anybody has?
That was really, really wonderful session, sir. Like, you know, starting from Aham Prema and then meditation, healing inner child was extremely good. As if, you know, I'm just living the moments and I'm clearing up all the things as you are guiding. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. So we have received few questions from our viewers. So many people are asking, when is your next book is coming?
Yes, I wish it was coming sooner, but it's still about, I think, 8 months or 12 months away. It's this book took so many years, so I'm like, you know, this next book should come a little faster. But what ends up happening is a little busyness of life gets in the way, you know. So, but it's coming. It's every day I'm writing. So every day I'm writing. It's coming about. Parvatiji's book is very interesting because it's coming all about energies. So this book was more about wisdom and stories. The next book is about energies.
Wow.
A lot of body processes, a lot of, you know, the dimensions and how we as energy beings, and even some information about the role of Lord Shiva and, you know, how long he's been here, things like that, you know, what was his role versus Lord Vishnu's role, you know, how they all came together to do this. So some interesting stuff is coming. And Parvatiji created her first women's circle. When she meditated, she got enlightened. I'll give you little tidbits. So Parvatiji, after Lord Shiva destroys Kama, who's the one who disturbs his silence to try to get his attention, because Parvatiji is in love with him and she wants to marry Lord Shiva. So after he is incinerated by Lord Shiva, Parvati is very distraught. What happened, you know? So she goes away. She goes away for 6 years. And there she practices with a group of women. And there she does many kinds of processes, all kinds of, you know, because she's seen Lord Shiva, you know, just staying like this, and she does a lot of tapas, this, that, you know, but she's surrounded with some women, which helps because that creates a container to stay on the right, you know, path. And so she did, you know, many different things, and she gets fully enlightened. So after she gets fully enlightened, then she again sends those arrows. But now she has the power to send it herself. You know? She sends it to Lord Shiva, who's still meditating. You know? So now he experiences these, you know, vibrations of great bliss coming to him from Goddess Parvati. So he instantly recognizes, oh, this is that girl who had come, you know, Parvati. He instantly recognizes, of course. So he's awakened, and then she comes to him. So of course, he had chosen, Lord Shiva had chosen to drop a little bit below his full enlightenment to be able to be like a protector for Earth, because he had to manifest in physicality. So then he had been protecting the Earth from, Earth had to be created ready for, you know, so he's been here for many thousands of years. You know? So basically his role was protecting the Earth. And then you get so used to just protecting and just being there that you don't open your eyes. and the energy is so strong that if somebody makes you open the eye, then he doesn't mean to, but the energy is like the energies of universes, so just, one streak going out will just incinerate anybody, but he didn't mean to, but if you disturb him, the energy will go out. That's why people say don't go very close to shamans in South America. Shamans also, what they do is, Lord Shiva and shamans, what they do is they make their lower chakras dormant. Little karma gets there, which allows them to stay tethered to the earth. If you didn't have any karma, complete zero, then you will not have a physical body, but you need a physical body, because only then you can connect the heavens and earth and protect the earth, let's say. So because he needed to be here, he was in that state, but then his time was coming where many other divine beings were coming. So it was not that he had to only himself protect the earth. So then Parvati ji comes, she sends this, and then she comes to him, and all these conversations that happen between them, a lot of them Parvati ji is asking Lord Shiva, what happened to this and what is that, She's fully enlightened. She's asking them in the way that, when you ask a question, that enlightens you also.
Yeah.
Like right now, I'll do an experiment. Let's say we are discussing love, right? So I make you close your eyes and I make you ask, what is love? So imagine the person you love the most. You love the most, this person. But then keep asking, what is love? Keep imagining the person you love the most and keep asking, what is love? If you keep asking that question, suddenly you'll realize that your love has some fear attached to it, that your love has some other attachments to it. Maybe you had some expectations from this very loved one. They didn't fulfill the expectation. Suddenly you'll realize when you ask, what is love? Oh my God, I'm holding some anger against them. And then you let that go, So asking questions which Parvati ji would ask Lord Shiva is a great way for enlightenment. But it was not that she was learning from him. She was fully enlightened. So I'll just give you that much. And then it's coming, more is coming later in the book.
That is a great start. Like, I'm sure now viewers can't wait to receive your book. Yeah, that's really wonderful. Thank you. And one master asked, they went and then they saw your profile and then, came to know that you are forming the Devi circles.
Yes.
So they want to know that Devi circles you are forming in India and as well as other countries, they heard, and they want to know more about it and how they become part of that Devi circle.
So beautiful, very good question, timely question, because this is, every time I speak to goddesses, they're like, do it, like these circles have to come now. So I meditated, got guidance, and we have 7 processes now, which will be done once a day for 7 days, only for 1 hour. And then again, repeat for 7 days, the same processes, and again, 7 days, 21 days. So that 21 days plus doing some, what we call Devi Kriya and Anapanasati breath, if they practice every day for another 20 days, a 40-day program that will give them enough skills to become a circle leader. So what are these processes? So first is Devi flow, like spiritual type of dance, So we are actually, that is the only process where we're still designing the complete process. Like, how trees sway and how ocean waves are, a dance that lifts your spirit up, So it's a spiritual music, like flute and the different kinds of, So that's Devi flow. So it'll be led by 1 hour by a teacher, let's say on a Sunday. Then Devi yoga, which is a root chakra centered yoga, which, a lot of issues are in the root chakra and the earth issues and stability and all of that. So that becomes like the foundation. So that's the Devi yoga. Then there is Devi Kriya, which is a structured breath process. Only thing different in this with Anapanasati is that some people who are too much in the head and they will never do something which is just watching the breath because they're so in the head, you tell them to do something, you just do it like count like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, do this, they will do that. And it's a rhythmic breath. So what that does is it gets you out of your head in 20 minutes, completely out of your head. And suddenly they experience this amazing awareness. So this is Devi Kriya guided by Parvati ji. That 20 minutes it gets you out of, it's a structured rhythmic breath of all the chakras, So then there is Devi Heart, which I will lead, which was like the question I asked you, what is love? We're going to take you through an inquiry of your heart. And so that you can dissolve your emotions. Everybody says, I feel love, I have joy, I have compassion. Really? Do you? Let's explore it. Like what does it feel like to have patience? Really, is that patience, or do you have some impatience hidden in that patience? So we'll explore all the soul feelings and clean the heart, basically. So that's Devi Heart. Then there is another process, Devi Devotion, which is Ananda Devi. She will lead this process. And I forgot to tell you, Devi Kriya will be led by Veeni Mansata. She is helping me launch these Devi circles. She and I talk every day. She's like a senior teacher, Veeni. She might be here also. So she actually is already doing this Devi Kriya already there. And, she's kind of like one of the pillars of this program. And then, so Devi Devotion will be done by Ananda Devi, who is, you might have heard the song Devi Prayer. So there's a process looking in Devi's eyes and becoming one with the Devi. So that's called Devi Devotion. Then Devi Healing. There are, I wanted to inform you also. I want to later on introduce at some point this path called the Infinity Healing Path. I've worked with them for the last 13 years. My whole family has worked with them. The woman who's the founder, her name is Gabriali, and she is joining Path of Joy. She already has 100 teachers trained under her. She channels Kuan Yin, and a book of Kuan Yin is coming out soon, in another month. And this is by Kuan Yin Devi, and it's profound healing. Like these teachers, I shouldn't say this on publicly, but they're healing everything. Even if you've got whatever, go to your doctor and go to your hospital if you have to. But they're healing even COVID and all kinds of things. And I'm seeing these cases, they're just channeling energies. And so this energy healing path, which is a step above Reiki, which is just kind of using, in a very beautiful way they do it. It's called Infinity Healing. So that will be Devi Healing. And then there is Devi Breath, which is Anapanasati. These 7 processes, if they learn for 3 weeks, then the 20 days they do Anapanasati and Devi Kriya. Then after 40 days, they become circle leader. Once they become a circle leader, then they can go into their neighborhood after the lockdown, invite, these are feminine circles, so men are allowed too, but they explore the, in a more feminine way, the divine feminine consciousness, because that's divine masculine also they will explore, but the focus is more on feminine because that's lacking right now. We have a lot of divine masculine, there's a lot of meditation and all that, but there's no, there's not so much consciousness of the divine feminine, which goddesses want. So then they can have full moon, new moon gatherings. Like instead of, we want women not to go to kitty parties and do these kind of Devi circles, where they can talk about emotions, they can dance together, they can, do all kinds of things that do emotional bonding, spiritual bonding. Then they take that love back to their families. And if that spreads all over India, the goddess vision is that women coming together in groups in a spiritual, emotional way is going to change the country. So women have to lead the way. There will be men also in this, but the feminine, the women will be, more deeply present. So that's the whole program. We'll be launching it at some point in 2 months with some videos and some teachers. There are some world-class teachers in this, Ananda Devi and a great yoga teacher. And so, Gabriali, who's got a path, so all, and then I'm hoping Patriji, PSSM will help a lot. We would like to, have a lot of Devi circles in PSSM. And so, because it's so connected, I feel we're like, completely, a lot of integration, I feel, with the energies, with the programs you do about divine feminine. And so that's the message about Devi circles. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That is like, very great information. I'm sure everybody must have noticed everything, what we have to go and where to look. Thank you so much, sir. And I am going to open Sir, I want to ask sir, like, his comments, and then.
Yes.
Sir, please.
Namaskaram.
Yes, sir. The whole world, the whole humanity is going through a quantum change from domination of the masculine to equality of the masculine with the feminine. The earth has seen rotten times because of the masculine ego. Now, the women were treated very, very badly in every generation. The woman was almost a servant to the man, only a sex object. So that has degraded humanity. Now, with the end of Kali Yuga and the entry of Dwapar Yuga, and the whole thing is changing. We are in tumultuous times, and every master is required, every flower is required, every flavor is required, every master is required, every type of work is required. No flower is inferior to any other flower. No flower is superior to any other flower. Every flower has got its own function, its own beauty, uniqueness. We want a rose, we want a lotus, we want a jasmine. So many flowers are there. Similarly, so many masters are there, so many viewpoints are there, so many different practices are there. And every practice helps every other practice. Every flower you taste, you smell, you want to taste other flowers. Every vegetable that you eat, you want to eat other vegetables. Any new vegetable with you? New taste with you? Show me a new vegetable. Oh, I never ate this vegetable. How can I eat this vegetable? I never saw this kind of flower. Let me see the flower. How can I raise that flower in my own garden? So there is a great integration happening all over the world, where all the masters are welcomed by all other masters. We were so very happy to see Ananda Karnish ji in our annual Jnana Mahachakram in Kartal. It was beyond my wildest imagination that I could even see him. When I first read Thousands of Joy, I don't know who this Ananda Karnish is, somewhere in the heavens. But suddenly I find him in Kartal. It was such a great joy for us to receive Ananda Karnish ji. So, and again today, my goodness, what new information he gave us about Saraswati's incarnations. So much is beyond our personal knowledge. Swamiji, thank you very much. We are all with you. Everybody is with you. The whole world is with you. The whole planet Earth is with you. And with your great work. Please lead us all the way. Namaskar, sir.
Patriji, your blessings are so amazing, and your help and cooperation and love that I've felt. And I've learned so much from you, that seva with humility, I really enjoyed, with serving food with you when I came to Kartal. I mean, I still remember you would spend 1 hour before every meal serving people every day, which is so beautiful, the seva, and that seva, that love is what the world needs, that we can learn from Patriji. So thank you again for this wonderful invitation, and I loved being here. And yeah, blessings of the goddesses to everybody, and we shall meet again soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, sir. Such an honor to host you here. today, and this moment will be saved in my heart forever. I mean, I feel so blessed to share the stage with you. And sir is like really, really amazing. So much love and gratitude to you and sir and my co-anchors, all the admins and all the viewers. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So friends,
We want your enlightenment, Sheetal ji.
Sure, sir.
One day you have had a beautiful experience. Please tell about that before you go to others.
Okay, sir. So I will never forget this day, April 23rd, just like recently, 1.5 months ago. I was in Chandra sir's meditation, and I just sat in meditation, not even 2-3 minutes, not even 2-3 minutes happened. I was into that state that I never expected that, that realization will hit me like that, just like that. In that, I was experiencing everything is happening inside me. I am the creator, and in everything I am there in everything. Everything is happening inside me. Everything, every creation, like this earth, the planets, and then masters, pyramids, and whatever, like, you take anything, everything is inside me, as if, it's all my creation. That's what I felt in that day. And it was so much happy moment, sir. Like, it was really, really great. And then immediately the next day, I asked a question, like, what is the purpose of life? Yes. And then again, the second realization hit me that the purpose of life is so simple. Be happy, be joyful, be real to yourself. And when you are joy, you can create joy around you. When you are creating joy, that is the purpose of life. That's what the realization I received, sir. And it's really great. And the same day I was able to share the experience with you. I never expected that happens, and it happened to me, sir. That aham brahmasmi, the scripture said, but I was able to experience that experience, sir. Thank you so much for bringing that again.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you so much, sir. So friends, how about we go into the next program? Hope you all having fun. Share your love and comments in YouTube chat, and we are happy to read them, and then, cherish those moments. And now I am going to invite my next co-anchor, Swapna. Swapna started her meditation journey in the year 2018. She has been actively volunteering for PSSM through Austin chapter, teaching and spreading meditation. And she believes that teaching always helped her in learning more, and listening to and sharing experience helped her in spiritual growth. Swapna, back to you.
Thank you, Sheetal, for the intro. Namaste, Patriji.
Namaskar.
What an insightful session that was. I mean, truly, I was blown away. And Sheetal, great experience. All the masters in PSSM are true inspiration for each other. And I'm so happy to be part of this family. Hello, friends. I'm Swapna from Austin, Texas, and I'm very happy to be part of this wonderful event. I'm sure you're all having great time listening to the experience of masters and their words of wisdom. Well, stay tuned. We have more speakers coming who are equally excited to connect with you all. So the format of this session is the speaker delivers his message, and then we will have a question and answer section. Request you all to post your questions as a comment on YouTube, and I will ask the speaker on your behalf. Now let me bring in our next speaker. He is an agent of transformation, passionate about life, inspiring and helping others to live the life they desire. After a life-altering awakening experience in 2007 and a disappointing end to a 22-year-old corporate type career, he freed himself to devote his time to serving others. With his passion for seeking to understand why we do what we do, he immersed himself in reading, training, studying with some of the world's best in the areas of personal growth and transformation, relationships, health, spirituality, and leadership. As a part of Tony Robbins' event senior leadership team, he spends his time helping others transform their lives. He is none other than Mr. Mark Caron from Vancouver, Canada. Mark produces Conscious Living Radio, a weekly radio program now in its 12th year, which explores alternative paradigms emerging in psychology, health sciences, community building, education, and philosophies that challenge the modern outlook and the institutional forms that express it. Mark interviews authors, thought leaders, doctors, healers, artists, spiritual leaders, musicians, and many more. He also hosts a weekly program, Wake Up Call, where he shares his tools, techniques, and strategies for creating the better everyday life. He is a co-producer of Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, now in its 9th year. This conference is one of the most internationally recognized events of its kind, bringing in experts to share about the healing, awakening, and conscious expanding potential of ancient plant medicines. If there's one thing he says he learned on his journey of transformation is how to enjoy the ride. He says integrating our experiences and mastering our inner peace is essential to allow us all to live a more joyous, fulfilled, and blissful life. He is an active partner and also presents live sessions on PMC Global. I would love to welcome our friend and collaborator Mark to share his message. Being a transformation agent, he will be intensely talking about meditation mindset. Hearty welcome, Mark.
Hello, and thank you. What a great introduction. Thank you so much for that. And I understand you're coming from Dallas, and is that correct?
From Austin, Texas.
Oh, from Austin, yes. It's in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, right? So
That's true. You're right.
And I'm actually tuning in here from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Today it's here 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'm really excited to, start my day by sharing some of the things I've learned in a mindset that we can approach our meditation and our lives in a way that, is enjoyable, is freeing, and so that we can live, a life of peace, excitement, joy, bliss, because I believe that's really what, what our God-given rights are. And there's no reason why we should really be suffering. And so I'm going to just kind of talk about some of the things that I've learned. And, when we talk about meditation, we talk about mindset, people might go, well, hang on, that's kind of strange. Aren't they different? And I happen to believe they are one and the same in some ways. And it's how we then really show up in our lives. We can meditate every day, but how are we showing up in our lives? Are we living our meditation? Are we being that? And how do we show up within that? So that's what I'm going to share today, and I'm really looking forward to the questions and answers at the end, because that's one of my favorite parts. I really appreciate and enjoy dialogue and connecting with people. As Swapna was saying, is I call myself a transformation agent, and it's an interesting term because as a life coach, it's a term and a label that's kind of been put out there a lot. And as a coach myself, and being just trained as a coach in strategic intervention, I believe that we have to be agents for change and creating transformation, because it's one thing to really regurgitate information or repeat the things that we're learning and have a stability around that. It's another thing to have the wisdom which kind of guides that of which we're really speaking about. So what I want to do is go down that road and talk about our mindset and what that really is, and then how that relates to our meditation, and of course how we can integrate, because integration, and this is something I spoke of when I first met Patrigi and Pari at the Cosmic Reset back in I guess it was last August in Madison, Virginia. And it was really quite exciting, and I talked about integration, because one of the things we do with our organization here in Vancouver is called Conscious Living Network, and Conscious Living Radio is one of our radio programs. It's one thing to learn something and to have an education. It's another thing to have an experience, which I believe is the best teacher. Then it's another thing to integrate that experience into transformation, because so many times we can go to a seminar, we can learn something, and it's great. And then we go home and we just put our workbook back on the shelf. We forget about it. And in our world, we kind of call that shelf help instead of self-help. Now, a little bit about me for those of you who have just been introduced to myself and my work. Yeah, I've just been a student of kind of understanding why we do what we do. And I've always been a seeker, and I never really recognized that in some of my, mid years, my early 20s and things, but I was always helping people. And I was actually introduced to meditation, transcendental meditation, when I was about 15. And, I practiced a little bit. I dabbled. I didn't have a full-on teacher or anything. I was just introduced to it, and I was fascinated by the things I had learned with the powers of the yogis and what they could do. And then I got distracted. Being in the Western world, it happens a lot where we're very much in our mind. We're about success and achievement and wanting to get stuff done. So I went down that road. I thought I should have a good career, a good job, make steady money. And really, these were societal things that were put on me really by my family, by school, and by the world around us in the West. And it was really interesting because, as an entrepreneur, when I look back at my younger years, I was the kind of guy, I would want to go cut the neighbor's grass. I'd want to go collect pop bottles, shovel driveways, do whatever I could to make a buck. And my parents, it was interesting because they didn't like me doing that. They didn't encourage it. They actually had a belief system around that it's like, oh, they didn't want the neighbors to think that they couldn't support their family or their children, which was certainly not true. But this was their belief system. This was their mindset. And so it kind of quieted down my entrepreneurial passion in that sense, because of course, I wanted to please my parents. Well, I got the good job. I actually worked for one of the largest furniture chains on the globe, and for 22 years. Great job. I loved it. It was something I was able to, interact with customers and have fun doing that. I love being able to, help people solve their needs, and with the right product, the right place, right time. It was super exciting. And during that time, during that 22 years, I was always, started to investigate my entrepreneurial side. And I always loved that big, tall guy with the big teeth. He was on infomercials all the time. Some of you may know who he is. He's Tony Robbins. He's one of my favorite teachers, and it's made a huge difference in my life. And as I was traveling, being a sales rep, I was listening and listening and listening to personal development things because I wanted to be and do the best that I can while I was serving my clients and my customers. So after, a couple of years of listening and knowing Tony's work and finding everything I could, and not just Tony, I was listening to Brian Tracy, Deepak Chopra, John Maxwell, anything I could get my hands on because I just got hungry. I wanted to just keep learning. And in that, I finally decided to take the plunge, and I attended some Tony Robbins events, and I took a deep dive, and in 18 months I did everything that he had. And it was my first live event with Tony, and it was Date with Destiny. Now, Tony had told a healing story of his wife. Now, for those of you who don't know Tony, he's well connected all over the globe with, great leaders, thought teachers, doctors. And if there's one thing he believes in, if he's committed, there's always a way to get the outcome that he wants. And his wife would get really sick when they traveled, and nobody in the world could help heal her. Now, apparently when she was born, she was pulled out with forceps, she had some frontal lobe damage, so she always got motion sickness. So Tony was actually about to give up and find different ways to do his business because he travels the globe like most of us travel around town. And somebody had shared an experience of something that they had experienced in India at Oneness University. So long story short, they went there for 21 days, did a lot of meditation, ancient Indian practices. One day something shifted in her head, and lo and behold, she was healed. She was able to travel. She wasn't getting sick. Everything was, it was like, it was a miracle. And Tony decided he's going to bring some of this stuff back to the people that he teaches. And he brings back, and we share a chakra dhyana and a oneness blessing, Diksha, at this event. Now, this is something that I found really quite fascinating, because as I'm in my head, my mindset's there to learn everything. And he brings this meditation. And, you know, I was in probably the best shape of my life. I was on a plant-based diet, stopped eating meat. I was healthy. I was always learning. And so I'm sitting in this room. It's got about 3,500 people. And this was my big awakening moment in 2007 that I speak of. I was in Scottsdale, Arizona. I don't know. It was probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, because Tony goes till about 2, 3 in the morning sometimes. And he tells the story, and he shares this experience. So while I'm meditating there, and I was not much of a meditator before then, you know, it's something that always interested me, but again, you know, I didn't have time to meditate, and we're going to talk about that. So anyways, as we're doing this meditation, I'm sitting there in my chair, got my eyes closed, and I got my fingers and thumbs touching, and all of a sudden I was getting all these flashes of light in my head, my mind's eye, and I'm thinking, well, he's hypnotizing us. Something's happening out there. So I open my eyes, and the room's pitch black. I thought he was flashing strobes and doing things. Close my eyes, boom, 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 boom. Keeps happening again. Open my eyes, nothing. Close my eyes, go back into the meditation, and next thing you know, I was launched out of my body, and as much as I can say, into the other side. I saw what I saw, I can only explain for myself, but it was really powerful. It was just a bolt of light running through, beginning to end of the universe. I could see a connection from my third eye, from my head, that was feeding into this mainstream. There's all these bolts of lightning into this big mainstream that I saw, and I saw entities and things floating around in between. Not that I know who I was seeing, and I'm still kind of in my head looking to make sense of this, as my spirit, my body has become somewhat disconnected. And there was a point where I just really started understanding everything that I was having challenges with, or that I was looking for resolution, and my heart opened up, and I realized as I came back into my seat and I opened my eyes, the words that came out of my mouth where Lennon and McCartney had it right. All you need is love. You know, I understood my parents, I understood my family, I understood, the conflicts I had at work and in my relationships. My heart was just beaming and glowing. And since that day, life has never been the same again. It fundamentally changed. So that was, kind of the launching pad of, really a love affair that I developed for ancient India and the practices of meditation, the yogis, and, if we would call it Hinduism and things 5,000 years ago. And I read as many books as I could get my hands on. I read the Bhagavad Gita, some of the other Gitas, Autobiography of a Yogi, Science of Self-Realization. And these things just opened my eyes to, the powers that we have within us just as human beings. And meditation is a really big part of that. And I also believe our mindset is really how we show up to things. And I loved it when I got to meet Patrigi last year. He actually gave me my spiritual name. I don't know if he remembers what it was, but it was Madhya, walker of the middle path, walker of the golden path. And I was like, wow, that really kind of explained where I was in my life, because I felt myself in somewhat of a neutrality. I could get upset or heated or believe or disbelieve, or I could take the other side, and I would kind of go, okay. And I just kind of always walk the middle. And that's how I was defining some things with some of my friends at the time, because I was just in this neutrality. And when Patrigi gave me that name, it really landed and felt right. So I was grateful for that, and just grateful for being part of the PMC Global Society, the PMSS Society as well, and happy to be doing our show, The Wake Up Call, every Monday morning at 9. Now, that aside, really, it got me to ask some questions. And really, it's, if we're going to talk about what is meditation, I think if you start asking, different people, you may very well get some different answers. Yet the bottom line is it really becomes the same. And before I talk about meditation as well, let's talk about consciousness, because consciousness is related to meditation. Absolutely. And, running an organization called Conscious Living Network and a radio program called Conscious Living Radio, the question comes up, well, what's consciousness? Not everybody is conscious, not everybody's spiritual. And what I like to do is take the spiritual side out of consciousness, and talk about consciousness at its core, which the first thing is really about awareness. And our consciousness is our awareness. And we can go into the spiritual side of that as well. However, for the purpose of what I want to share today, I want us to be aware of who we are, why we do what we do, what's going on, what we're paying attention to, what we're focusing on. Because whatever we focus on becomes our reality. And our focus creates emotion, it creates energy. Whatever we focus on expands. And if we have an awareness on what's going on, because sometimes, we could be having a spat with our partner and we're not paying attention to the good things that are happening right next door. There could be a flower blooming, there could be a hummingbird out there feeding off the flower, but are we paying attention to that? We're not, because our awareness isn't on that, and our focus is actually on something else. And so this becomes related to mindset as well as the meditation, which my goal is to explain that to you here and share with you something that hopefully makes a difference. So, in the basics of meditation, it's really just the act or, giving your attention to only one thing. It could be a religious activity, or it could also become just a calm, relaxed state. It's a serious thought or study or a product. So, you can meditate on one thing. You can meditate on nothing, and this becomes the beauty of meditation. And I love Patrizi's meditation that he taught us in Virginia. What I loved about it is it was so simple, because you can talk to many different meditation leaders and they can get a little more complicated. I did some Tibetan Buddhist meditations and some Green Tara stuff. And that was a complicated meditation because we had to pay attention to all sorts of things in terms of color and mantras and the way the light was all moving through. And that was a more complicated process because my awareness was focused on so many things to do. And we in the West have this mindset of doing things right. It's got to be perfect. Yet I believe there's perfectionism in all imperfection, because perfection really becomes, kind of a disease, because what's really perfect anyways? But Patrizi, if I remember correctly, and I know he'll correct me if I'm not, but he was talking about having your hands and your legs crossed, your back straight, eyes closed, and to breathe. It was just simply beautiful. And then listen to his flute when he played his flute. It was one of the most beautiful meditations I was part of because of that simplicity. And I thank you, Patrizi, for that. And it's something that I share with some of the people that I work with regularly as well, is let's keep our meditation simple. And one of the best ways you can promote your mindfulness in a heightened state of awareness is really, again, with improving our focus and being relaxed. And I love a simple meditation. And what I find interesting, and some people will laugh because I will tell them, I meditate at some of the most bizarre times. I'll meditate when I'm driving. I'll meditate even when I'm working. I will meditate when I'm walking. I love to walk. I got a little dog that I have here. He's my best pal. I'll meditate when I walk my dog, because when we do that, excuse me, I'm in nature. I can focus on the trees. I can focus on my dog being a dog, having his sniffs. I can focus just on the beingness and being grateful for the opportunity that I have to be alive on this planet and to experience, the joys of nature. I'm not looking at what's going on, bad around me. And that to me is a joy. When I say I meditate when I drive, there was a day that I always had a distraction. I would literally be distracted by music or radio or TV or friends. I had a hard time sitting still and sitting in silence. And now one of the things I love most is silence and getting comfortable with your own inner silence. Because when we have distractions outside of ourselves in our meditation, which becomes part of the meditative practice as well, I find it very important that we can just let that go. So really, that's my thoughts on meditation. I'm not going to go deep into the practices of meditations because there are many different kinds of meditations, from guided meditations, silent meditations, vipassanas. The Buddhists have different meditations, different religions, cultures, and things have different meditations. And what I've always suggest and recommend is find which works for you. Because meditation, every meditation is different. And for me, I love the Indian chakra meditations. The chakra dhyana changed my life, and it's something I go back to regularly. So let's talk about mindset, because I want to kind of break them down before I go into a little bit more of the details of the mindset or the meditation mindset. And mindset is simply a way of thinking. It's a mental inclination or a disposition or a frame of mind. It's a collection of thoughts and beliefs that actually shape your thought habits. Your thought habits affect how you think, what you feel, and what you do. Your mindset impacts how you make sense of the world and how you make sense of you. Your mindset, trust me, is a huge deal because it's related to who we are, how we show up in the world, our attitudes, our beliefs. And I think it's really important that we take a look at that, because who are you? What do you stand for? What do you believe in? Do you have a purpose where you know who you really are? And in my experience as a transformation agent and a coach and working in the worlds that I do, people don't know who they are. You know, they have an identity that's based around their job or their career. It might be based around, you know, the car they drive, the house they live in, the relationships they're in. Their identity is one of the most powerful forces in our psychology, because we will meet and show up as who we believe we are. So our identity belief is a mindset, but it's important to know who we are and how we want to show up. So if you're living a purpose-driven life, you know, are you living your purpose all the time? Or is that just something that we say and do, and then we get out there in the world and show up very differently? And I think that's important, especially for a lot of us Westerners, because again, we go into that perfectionism. We want to do things right, and we want to do things well, versus doing things, learning, always, you know, making it a process of continuous and never-ending improvement. I know I've spoken to many yoga teachers in the interviews that I do, and a number of yogis as well. And it's always said that in the West, a lot of our yoga practices, you know, are in the mind. Yoga being union of mind, body, and spirit, right? We get in our head, we don't think about our spirit, we're thinking about our body and our mind, because we want to do it right. We want to strike that pose properly. We want to do it well. We want to look the best. We want to have the Lululemon pants on. We, you know, there's all these things that come around it where we're not actually working on our spirit. I'm not saying that's all yoga in the West, but it certainly is quite prevalent. So when we talk about mindset, we actually have a few different kinds of mindsets. There's three that come to mind. And really, you have a fixed mindset, a growth mindset, and a benefit mindset. And this is something that you can apply to your meditation practice. When you identify where you kind of land, and I always suggest wherever you are, let's look to be of the benefit mindset and the growth mindset. A fixed mindset is good, depending on your practices. But I believe, my personal belief is there's a lot more that we can do outside of a fixed mindset that can further transform and enhance our lives. So a fixed mindset is basically, you know, it's people who seek perfection and avoid failure. They focus on reproducing what they know. And they believe their strengths are innate gifts that can't be developed and focused by perfecting or focusing on perfecting their abilities. So that's a fixed mindset, meaning you have a structure, you have a routine, you want to do everything the best, and that's just the way it is. Nothing outside of that. It's fixed. Now, if you have a growth mindset, these are everyday people who seek growth and development. They focus on improving how they do what they do, and they believe that their strengths can be developed with effort, for reaching higher levels of achievement and ability and impact, for that matter. You know, growth is something that I believe is important for all human beings and all life. Because when something's not growing, it's really dying. And this is one of the philosophies we use within my personal development world, coaching models and things of that nature. Because as we're growing, as we're learning, we're making progress. That's one of the keys to happiness. You want to be happy? Keep growing, keep learning, keep making progress. It's really that simple. And you know, just make sure that your happiness is related to what you want to do, because if you picture your model of the world and this is what you want over here, and your life isn't like that, you may not be happy. However, if you're making progress from what you don't want to what you do want, you're going to find a completely different level of happiness as you do your work. So that's growth mindset. Now, a benefit mindset, I would even call that a conscious mindset, or a more conscious mindset than growth anyways. And it's where everyday people seek to be well and do good. They focus on purposefully on why they do what they do. And in my introduction, I got fascinated by the study of why do we do what we do, what drives human behavior. And these people also believe in developing strengths and that meaningfully contribute to a future of greater possibility for the world, the planet, for their friends, their family. And this again comes into, a mindset of continuous and never-ending improvement, of always growing. But what I love about the benefit mindset is that, we think about others. We're conscious about the planet, about maybe where we shop, what we put in our body, how we interact with people. Are we interacting with people that puts their best interest in heart? Are we interacting with people thinking just of ourselves? What is that? But in a benefit mindset, we're going to be much more conscious about how we show up, what we do, and that what we do has a greater impact, not just for ourselves, but for all of humanity and this planet, and really that comes up really to the whole universe. So those are 3 levels of mindset that I think really drive us, and I think it's important to understand where we are. So let's have an example of what it's like to be, of these 3 different mindsets. So let's say we go grocery shopping at our local grocery store. The person with a fixed mindset, they're going to have their list. They're going to know what they want. They're going to know what they pay. They're going to know what kind of brand, and everything is the same. It's very habitual and very routine, and it's a pattern. And if anyone tuned into my the first episode of Your Wake Up Call, it's one of the things that I speak quite passionately about, because it's a foundation of understanding why we do what we do, that everything we do is a pattern. Our daily habits are a pattern. Our language is a pattern. What we eat, how we use our body, there's patterns to everything. Now, you're going grocery shopping, same store, maybe it's a different person or it's a different mindset. You go grocery shopping with a growth mindset. Well, what would that look like? Well, a growth mindset is going to be open to the possibility of something different. Where, let's say you go into the shopping and see the little samples, people sampling different products, right? Maybe you might taste something there that's really quite delicious and you want to experiment that or have that for dinner today. That's a growth mindset, because you are willing to do something different and grow beyond yourself of what you would normally do. You're open to different products, you're open to trying new things. Something's on sale, you'll buy it. Maybe something's a little bit more if you're interested in it. You're willing to do something different for the sake of growth and expansion. Because if you continue to always do the same thing, guys, in your meditation and your physical habits and everything, you'll always get the same results. If you change one thing in what you do, you can change results over time that are quite profoundly miraculous, that some people would think. You make more changes, the future could be really, really powerfully changed in a short order of time. Now, so what's the difference when you go shopping between a benefit mindset and a growth mindset? Well, your benefit mindset is going to consider, what are you eating? And I know Patricia would be saying, don't eat meat. We want to eat a plant-based diet. And I completely agree. So to me, it's like, are you choosing organic vegetables or non-organic vegetables? Are you choosing things that are locally grown? Are you choosing things that have been flown in from thousands of kilometers away? Are you choosing companies that you support? Or are you choosing, or are you not even being aware of that? Because remember, wherever we spend our dollar, we're actually voting on the companies that produce what it is that we're spending. So I always think it's really important that what is the benefit of where we're spending our money? You know, what we're feeding. Maybe you're feeding other people. You're having people over for dinner, right? What's the benefit of feeding them a really healthy plant-based diet? Well, the benefit is if some of them are carnivores, the benefit of that is you can introduce them to some really delicious, nutritious vegetarian food and show them that not everything has to be eating meat, right? So, you know, that would be a benefit as well. But it's how you show up, because how you show up affects everything in your life. And if you have a fixed mindset, you're going to meditate in a fixed way. You're going to want to do the same meditation at the same time every day, in the same posture, in the same way, because it's fixed. A growth mindset is very easily going to be inspired to discover and, you know, practice other different types of meditation to find what works for them, because they might find something in that growth that may have a better impact or that fits better with them. And I believe there's nothing wrong with that. I actually quite encourage people to go out and test different things. Never believe what I have to say. I come from a wide range of, you know, reading and schools of thought that, you know, sometimes I don't even know. But what I like to do is I like to experiment. I like to have the experience so that I can make my own decision. And I encourage you out there really to do the same. I think that the Buddha said it, that, you know, don't believe what I say, test it out, see if it's true for you. And that's what I think is really important, because we all have different experiences. We all come from a different place in the world, and find what, and if a fixed meditation works for you, awesome, fantastic. I always encourage people to, you know, do something different and see what the results are. Now, a benefit mindset as well, coming down to your meditation, is who are we benefiting? Are you actually, you know, might you be sharing a meditation with someone? Is there someone who you can make a difference as an individual or in a group? You might bring someone in to lead a meditation for you, right? You might do a meditation for the benefit of the planet, for the benefit of a group of people. Because remember, wherever our focus goes, our energy flows. And when we put an intention out in our meditation, that's where our energy will go. If we're going to meditate for global healing, our energy and our combined energy, especially as a group, will go towards global healing. If we're sending it to individuals, we can send it to individuals. But it's so important to be aware that wherever your focus goes, your energy flows. And what you focus on expands. So it's about, now, back to consciousness, it's about choosing what you're focusing on consciously. Do we have you know, some people just have a habit of focusing on everything that's bad in a situation, and they'll complain about it and they're negative, and that becomes a habit. It's that pattern again that I speak about often. Same as if you look at the positive side of things, right? If everybody's looking for the good in a situation, or that person, that's their habit, that's their pattern, where that focus goes, the energy flows, and we expand the possibility for creation and whatever it is that we're looking for. So I really find it a very interesting construct, because when you talk about meditation, I'm always recommending meditation to my friends, my family, clients, and people I meet out there, because I do meet a lot of people. And again, different meditations. And it's funny, because one of the most common things I hear about meditation is, oh, I can't meditate. I can't silence my mind. My mind's too busy. And it's like, then you got to meditate even more, because it becomes a practice. Like anything, it's a practice. And the most important thing is to start your practice, start meditating. And if you're doing a silent meditation, great. And then there's tools that we can talk about and I'll leave that to the meditation experts such as Patrici and things. But ideally, you got thoughts floating around, identify and let them go. They keep coming back. It happens. But the practice is to get to the point that they just flow. You don't have to look at it. And then you can be in silence and an emptiness of beingness. So to me, that's a really powerful part of meditation. We also, in the work that we do here, we'll do sound meditations or sound healings, because sound is very powerful in terms of creating a vibrational shift and state in our body, and it can open up different parts of our brain and brain waves so that we can disengage from parts of our body and brain systems and things of that nature, that we can actually go on a journey. And it helps us focus on something versus then the thoughts in our head. And I have seen some amazing results and had some fantastic experiences with some beautiful sound healing journeys and meditations that way. And then again, you get into different guided meditations with different practices. Again, I was sharing some of the stuff I'd done in some Buddhist studies I was doing, and again, they were more complicated, but they were guided. We were being walked through what to focus on. And again, you could do a walking meditation and just paying attention to each and every step. Meditation, for me, really comes down to being present in each and every moment, being aware of what's around us, being peaceful in our heart, and breathing. Breath is the most important part of life, because it's the one thing we can't live with for the shortest amount of time. So I think it's really important that we really focus on our breath, which is a big part of meditation. And meditation is something to be consistent, have some intention and purpose in it as well. You might be looking for an answer for something complicated in life. And then what we have to do is, if we have that intention, we're looking for answers, we have to be able to clear the clutter. We have to have a clear mind, a clear mindset, so that we can actually get the message in the sense that when it comes, because sometimes people get the message, and I know I've done this more than I can count on, yet we don't recognize it right away. And we kind of get hit with it a few times until it hurts, and then we recognize it, and it's like, oh, I should have listened to this a little while ago. But, our minds are too cluttered, or we think we know better. So, that's part of the way that I see meditation and mindset. And as simple as another yogi friend of mine who I interviewed, I loved it. He just said, sit, breathe, and be. It's that simple. And again, what's our mindset in that? If we have a mindset where we want to do everything perfect, and we want to sit properly, we want to breathe properly, I think that's not necessarily a bad thing, because this again comes down to the growth mindset. How do we make it better? How do we do it better? I'd like to suggest that in these processes, it's important not to beat ourselves up or think we're not doing it right. And that becomes that disease of perfectionism. We want to be able to, enjoy the process. And that, to me, becomes the most important thing in all life, is to enjoy life. Even when things aren't going well, enjoy life. Because it's a process, right? It's how do we take a look at what's going on around us and enjoy what is, even if it's not what we like. A great quote that I like to use a lot is in life is, if you get frustrated or, in that place, turn frustration into appreciation. How do we make the best of what we've got? Which gets me into, the mindset, because your mindset is so important, because it shows up and reflects your world wherever you are. And that's the exciting thing. So let's take a look at what's going on in the world, right? Happy people are happy. Mad people get mad. Angry people get angry. People who want to help, help. And this is what happens, because who you are and your identity is how you show up. So what I like to think about is, in how we show up, are we being congruent to our identity? And in the world today, we are living in one of the most interesting, transformational times in all of humanity at the very least in my lifetime anyways. And I believe this is unique to the globe and everybody here, you know, with the COVID-19 thing, the riots, everything that's happening in the United States and around the world. And, you know, it's how do we show up? You know, are we living in fear? Are we seeking to understand? You know, it gets into those mindsets again, right? Fixed mindset will believe everything you see and hear. A growth mindset will look to understand and find answers and make sense of what's going on. And then the third mindset actually brings us to the point where it's like, what good can we do? You know, what can we make best for not just ourselves, but for all of humanity and the impact that that has. And as crazy as these times are right now for all of humanity, all over the globe, all over the world, again, it comes down to how we show up. And what are you doing during these times to make the best of them? And I'm not saying they're easy by any stretch. People are losing their loved ones, they're losing their jobs, their income, economic strife, which is, again, really an important time to meditate, because it'll help you ground, it'll keep you focused, and it'll get you to a point of what really, really matters. And that's in your presence and just being. Because here around me in my home, in my life, you know, I'm not overly affected directly because I'm not seeing COVID or anything, but in my presence and my beingness, I'm aware of what's happening. But what I wanted to get to was, the point is, as we show up and in what we do, what are you doing with this time? Are you taking this time now? You might not be working as much, you might have more time with family. Are you using this time to meditate and deepen your practice? I know I could do some more work on that too, because I get so busy being busy, because I see opportunity, because I go, wow, what can I do? And one of the most exciting things for me is how I see what we've all been doing, is getting online, just being able to have this conversation here, speak to the whole world, and, you know, change the way that we do things. As an events organization that we do, everything we've started doing everything online. So there's been a lot of great learning and opportunity as the world change. How willing are you to be flexible and adaptable and change the way that we do things in the past? But if you have a fixed mindset, right, you're going to be stuck in that fixed place. You're going to want everything to be the same. People talk about, oh, I can't wait till we get back to normal. Well, gang, of all you fixed mindset folks, people out there is no normal. And there certainly won't be a normal after this, because the world is changing. And depending on what you believe out there, what's happening in the world, I personally believe during this Great Awakening, we're going to see a lot of really interesting, positive changes. However, we have to go through the birth canal. We have to go through this pain that's happening, this unknown that's happening, so that we can get onto the other side as a global community with more bliss, more joy, more connection, and respecting humanity. You know, so it's like, what are you doing with this time? Are you growing? So that's a growth mindset again. Are you reading books? Are you picking up an instrument and learning to play? Are you, you know, doing something for the community? Are you growing and giving back beyond yourself so that we can make a better difference in society and humanity, and specifically in our own lives? Because again, remember, if you're not growing, you're dying. And if you're in isolation, you're quarantined, and you're not doing anything to grow yourself. And I know I've seen this with our community in a lot of the online events that we do. And one thing I got to say, it's amazing to see how we can create a beautiful, safe, sacred container that connects community digitally. Super exciting for me to see that. And it does work. So anybody watching out there, if you have an opportunity because you're isolated and quarantined anywhere still today, take advantage of some of the great stuff online like we're doing here. We've got another one coming up July 13th, I believe, July 12th and 13th with the PSSM Global. But get involved and do something to grow and continue to expand your mind, your body, and your spirit. Because again, in that, you could be exercising, reading a book, writing a book. You can be creating a program. You can be helping people. Keep growing, right? And then we go into the third mindset, excuse me, the third mindset being of a benefit mindset. And we can take a look at our time as what can we do to benefit our community, our society, others. You know, one of the things I do is just being here and sharing, you know, where I'm at in my life and the things I'm passionate about. So this is part of my, you know, having a benefit mindset. I'm so grateful to be here and share what I think is important in life and in the world right now. And, you know, it's how do we benefit those we touch? And we can do it one-on-one. You know, we've got to keep our physical distancing, of course, right? Or we can do it with the many, with the people watching here. You know, are we doing things to help impact humanity in the globe and create lasting and important change? These are the things for me that when it comes into, you know, mindset is really important. I believe in growth and contribution from, you know, a 6 human needs psychology point of view is about growing and always giving back beyond ourselves. And for those of you watching, if you find yourself struggling at times and not knowing what to do, of course, meditation is key. You know, being mindful of where you're at, what you're doing, how you're feeling, because it's important to feel what you're feeling, where you're feeling it in your body too. But go out and contribute. Help some neighbors. Help your friends. If there's something you can do to give back and help those, you know, and as simple, quite frankly, as smiling somebody on the street, right? Or if you're standing in line when you're shopping, open up a conversation, a heartfelt conversation that would be inspiring. Because, you know, the word social distancing, again, is a mindset. Since when is social measured by distance, like 6 feet? Right? Social distancing is a mindset that I personally happen to believe was specifically chosen because these guys who do all this, they know what they're doing. Social distancing is so that we don't talk to each other. They don't want us to talk about what's going on because we might kind of expose the truth or what might actually really be happening in the world that we don't see in the mainstream news, right? 6 feet is a physical thing. It's physical distancing. So keep your 6 feet, be mindful, respect others because some people want it and need it more than others. And say hi, smile. Smiles are contagious and so important that, you know, smile. It's easy, it's free, you'll feel better, it helps happiness, and people need it. I had a situation where I was waiting to pay for some gasoline at the local gas station one day, and we were outside in a line. And I said to a gentleman, or there's a couple of guys came, and one guy was a construction worker, and another one was an older gentleman. And there we were, and I always bring up because I like to interrupt patterns, right? We talked about patterns. Pattern interrupts are a way of creating change. So nope, we're standing there, nobody's talking to each other. So I bring up hey guys, just because we're, you know, distant doesn't mean we can't talk. Hey, how's everybody doing? And, you know, construction guy was kind of like, yeah, you know, all right. And the elderly gentleman says, he looks at the construction guy and he says, well, you're lucky. You get to go to work every day and talk to people and have some social, you know, interaction. He says, I live by myself in an apartment and I'm isolated and by myself. And he was just so grateful to have a conversation with people, right? And there's a lot of people out there right now having challenges with that. And if you're watching and you're one of those people, pick up some meditation. Follow Patrigi. He'll take you on some beautiful meditations, and his flute is transcendental, kind of like Krishna, right? And, you know, do something different, right? Let's get into a growth mindset. Find a way to expand yourself, help expand others so that we can all live a life, you know, of purpose, passion, playfulness, presence. You know, these are 4 of the things I'm always wanting to share with people when I do. It's like, we have to be, you know, really have a life of purpose, because a life of purpose, why are you getting up out of bed every day, right? Purpose of my life is to be an inspiration to others while living a life of growth and contribution. And most importantly, enjoying the process. I want to have fun doing it, right? So that's what drives basically everything I do, is that one little statement. That's my purpose. And I like to be playful. For those who know me, I have a hard time being serious, because whoever said life's serious anyways? So be playful, be like a kid again, right? Laugh. When was the last time you had a good belly busted laugh, right? You know, I can't remember his name, but I saw the laughing yoga guy. If if you ever have a chance to see him, he's hilarious, and you'll start laughing. And it's really great because we all need to laugh. It does a lot of great stuff for our body and our biochemistry, right? And it's about being present, being aware of what's going on around you. It's just really key, right? Presence means when somebody's talking, listen to them versus listening to the story you're already telling yourself in your head, because you're already thinking about your response while they're talking, which means you're not fully listening. So really take that time and slow down with your breath and listen. Repeat back what people are saying to you so that you can fully understand and have a better way to communicate, right? So those are, that's purpose, playfulness, presence, super, super important, and passion. And to me, passion is really about being excited about your life. You ever come up with a person and they're just like, they're just not passionate, man. Like, and then you meet someone that's like, oh my God, their life's on fire, right? They just can't take it. It's like, because they got so much great stuff going on that you can't even, they don't have time for being depressed or being frustrated because they're on a growth and benefit mindset. They're excited about life, what they're doing, who they're interacting with, and it changes everything, right? Passion is so exciting, and passion, again, is a misconstrued word if you look at the back end of it and the history of it. I like to just think about passion of being excited because that's how we use it today. And, these are some of the ways that I work to keep myself positive, engaged, having fun, and be curious, people. Be curious. Go out and have some fun. I don't know where you are in the world today. Don't get yourself in trouble by any stretch. Connect with nature. Do whatever you got to do. And in nature is meditation. You can meditate anywhere, anytime. You don't have to be sitting in lotus with your mudras in place, and you don't have to be. You can be sitting in meditation in your backyard, just watching the birds. You can be. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I heard someone there.
So that is really wonderful, Mark. I mean, you've actually opened a thought process in everyone as to what is their mindset. Like, are they in the fixed mindset or growth mindset or benefit mindset? And I love the example that you gave, the beautiful example of the shopping, something very simple that everyone can relate to. And it's so important. And I also, some of the takeaways for me is, you basically, your energy flows where your focus goes. And based on where your focus goes, you create your experiences.
Yes, absolutely.
So everything, like if on the same day in a same situation, somebody might feel that it's a great day and somebody might feel it's okay. So it's all about how you think, and you beautifully summarize those points. And there are more than 100 people, over 100 people watching this.
Wow.
And yeah, awesome. It's amazing. It's amazing. And, we have many curious viewers, and some of them are asking me, what is the picture behind you?
The picture behind me, this is, I'm told, an image of Kuan Yin. Our last speaker, Ananda, had mentioned him as I got on earlier. I heard him speaking of Kuan Yin, and she is just one of the goddesses I admire and look to. She hangs out in between the realms so that we can transition and be there. So yeah, that's who she is for me.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
And Patriji, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, as you yourself said, I got wonderful 3 new phrases: the fixed mindset, the growth mindset, and the benefit mindset. So when you make the benefit mindset as your fixed mindset, you are in the best possible growth mindset.
Ah, very good. I like that, Patrigi. See, he's of a growth mindset for benefit, so he's there. You demand.
I will describe the whole of PSSM as basically a benefit mindset, and that is the fixed mindset for the whole lifetime. That will not change. We are fixed on that, and that is our greatest growth mindset. We have been growing wonderfully because of that.
Yeah. Well,
you gave me through 3 beautiful phrases, Swamiji.
Thank you, Patricia.
And you reminded me that I have named you as Madhya.
That's right.
You are a great example of middle path.
Thank you.
Outside and inside.
Thank
50-50.
Yeah.
You are 50-50.
Thank you. It was just a pleasure to be here and knowing you guys and being part of the community. And I really like the distinction that you made, Patricia, is, make the benefit mindset your fixed mindset, right? And even that, the paradox of life, growth in there, it's never really truly fixed, even though it is fixed, right? Because you're always growing, it's always changing. But it's beautiful. It's such a great description and distinction, and that's really where I live my life. So, excuse me, it's just a pleasure to be able to share, and I'm glad that you got some benefit from what I had to share this morning or this evening, wherever you are in the world.
Absolutely, Mark. I mean, sorry, sir. Please.
Huge benefit we got from you, Mark.
Thank you.
Very huge benefit.
All right, and Vinay, you have another question?
So someone is asking, I know meditation is good, it's beneficial, but I'm not able to get myself commit to it to do regularly. What can I do?
Well, I think the most important thing is just the awareness that you have right now that you're not able to do it regularly. Because in order to change anything, we need to acknowledge something has to change. You can't change what you don't acknowledge. So just the fact that you're in that place right now, I think is a very powerful and beautiful place to be, because that's exactly where you're meant to be. That's the learning. And now the key is to do something and find what works for you, most importantly. I know Patricia will we meditate in the morning. To me, it's a great way to start your day. But find a way that you can do it. If you have a dog that you walk, find a way to be, in a focused or empty place while you're doing that, just taking in what's out there. If you have a yard, if you have a patio, grab a flower, meditate on the flower. Take a look at all the different parts of the flower, smell the flower, feel the flower. Find ways to make it that it works for you. And I'd encourage, going to different events, going to group meditations, going to guided meditations, even if it's online right now. But find different ways that work for you. And then when you find what works for you, do more of it. And I think it's okay to be in that place, because it's the beginning stages for people. And you have to find that practice that works for you. I always recommend first thing in the morning is the best way, because it sets up your day. And when we talk about mindset of meditation, it's one thing to meditate and go, I'm all zen, and it's like, and then you go out there in the world, and then now you're conquering people, you're a ruthless businessman, or, you're just not being nice because you're so busy and focused on what you want, but hey, I meditated today, so it's okay. Well, that's BS, which is a belief system. So mindset is, how do you show up after your meditation? Are you taking that zen? Are you taking that peace? Are you taking that love out to the world in all your interactions and all your actions? I hope that answers your question.
Beautifully explained, Mark. And we have one more question.
Yes.
Who is asking, I'm surrounded by people who don't believe in meditation. How can I motivate myself to meditate?
Meditate. Just do it. And if you're surrounded by yourself with people who don't believe in it, start surrounding yourself with people who believe in it. Because the one thing that we teach is you will become the 5 people you hang around with most. So if you hang around with people who don't believe in meditation, you will not meditate. If you surround yourself with people who meditate regularly, you're going to tend to meditate more regularly, right? And that goes with everything in life. If if you're only making $20,000 a year and you want to make 100, and everybody you hang out with is making 20, you got to go hang out with some other people, because water seeks its own level, and you will either rise or you will lower based on who you hang out with. We always say in the Tony world, it's like, love your family, pick your beer group, right? And pick consciously. That becomes awareness. What kind of people do you want to hang out with? Do you want to, if you want to be a meditator and you want to expand your consciousness, are you hanging around with others who support that?
Absolutely. That's what is like we call as Sajjana Sangatya in PSSM, trying to hang out with people who have similar mindset and who want to grow into the growth or benefit mindset. So beautifully explained. Thank you so much, Mark. I mean, I've gone through some of your blogs and I found beautiful, interesting points too about, gratitude journals and inner peace. It's wonderful, like whatever work you're doing. And my most favorite is make a game of finding the hidden blessing in a challenging situation. I loved that.
Always, always. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And you can have a lot of fun doing it.
Absolutely. That was an eye opener for me. Oh yeah, you're right.
There's always something good about every situation, and it's never bad. Things are just happening. The meaning we give it is our reality, because nothing has any meaning except the meaning we give it, and that changes everything.
Absolutely. Beautifully said, Mark. Thank you, Mark, for the wonderful message.
Hey,
I'm so amazed to see your passion that will inspire many across the globe. Truly honored to have you here, and we look forward to your partnership and collaboration with PSSM all through. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so much.
Patriji.
Thank you, Patriji. Thank you, Swapna. We'll talk again later.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Always a pleasure. Take care. Bye now.
Swapna ji, you speak about your meditation.
Sir, okay. So I started my meditation 2 years back when I saw a friend of mine sitting in silence when all of us were talking, and she was just sitting, and I thought like she was dozing off. And after a while I asked her, why are you not with us? And she said, no, I just wanted to meditate for some time. I said, what kind of meditation is that? I got curious, and she told me, why don't you try? And then I went and I sat with her, and hardly maybe I might have meditated for like 3 to 4 minutes. I didn't even know like where I was. By the time I opened my eyes, I realized that suddenly my focus, my brain fog, everything vanished, and everything is so clear before me. And I was amazed. Oh wow, what is this? Because since childhood we've been going to religious places and going to Ramana Maharshi ashram and just sitting calmly, but I never got that thing to practice. So basically those seeds were sown when I was a child, while I was going with my father and volunteering. But those seeds are watered by PSSM, by the Anapanasati meditation, is what I want to say. And since then, after that few months, I got a gap. And then again, one of my other friends, she started a group meditation. And then I felt, I really need to go and join. And the moment, and I started going to those group meditations, and I realized this is such a beautiful thing. Why didn't I do this before? So it was like, and I'm happier than ever. And I became more calmer and focused. And I felt that listening to experiences and teaching meditation really aids in one's spiritual progress. I'm so inspired by, the PSSM masters, their journeys. It really gives a perspective of how to look at things when given a situation. Without knowing these things, you think a different way. But once you know that there are people out there who face so many challenges, and in spite of that, they are centered and they're grounded, and they're trying to come out of those situations in a very beautiful way without any disturbance or frustration. So that really inspired me to continue this journey. And I started teaching meditation to kids, and wherever I go, I mean, if I go to a family get together or anything, the thing I do is, oh, she's here now, she's going to talk about meditation. So it's like that. I'm so addicted to go and teach people. I want everybody to be benefited in the similar way I got benefited. And I'm so happy and blessed to be part of the PSSM family, being able to volunteer. And thank you so much, Patriji, for showing us this great path. I mean, we are really indebted to you. Thank you so much.
SR is on a call. You go ahead.
Okay, sure. Okay, so viewers, I'm sure you all had a great insight into the mindset. So check yourself whether you are in the fixed mindset, growth mindset, or benefit mindset. And then I'm sure like this world is a beautiful place and there's a lot more to explore. So focus on the right things for right experiences. Thank you so much. And then I'm going to hand it over to my next co-anchor, Jairam, who's going to continue with our next speaker. Thank you so much, viewers. Jairam?
Yeah, hi, Swapna. I'm waiting for my video to start, but I was following the discussion, and yeah, I think Patriji summarized it very well, as he always, like, he has very unique insights, right? Yeah, the benefit mindset is becoming my the static mindset or fixed mindset, and yes, the growth is in between, and we are all growing. So thanks, Mark, and thank you, Patriji, for giving a new definition to it and looking at things in a different way. So thank you very, very much, very much. Sir, with your permission, I want to move on to the next topic, which is music meditation with Sudha Madam.
Admin, unmute, sir, please.
Can you please unmute? Looks like he is, yeah. So let me just quickly get into the next topic. As I said, music meditation. So we have been absorbing a lot of things so far. It's almost, we are half through the day, right? It has been a phenomenal day for me in DMS today. We've been learning a lot of things from senior masters, the leaders, and the personal experiences that we hear from different people. It's amazing. And we always say it, right? We are what our experiences are. Our experiences are what made us. So I think all these beautiful experiences that we hear from other masters, making them of our own, right, will make us even more richer as a person, as an individual, as a soul that is yearning to evolve. So let's move into the session called Deep Meditation with Music. It's essentially will calm us down, and whatever that we absorbed so far over last 4 or 5 hours, it will give a very good opportunity for us to calm ourselves and sink that into our consciousness that we can continue to practice, right? So music is performed to aid in the practice of meditation, and music enhances the overall experience, and it definitely helps a meditator to attain empty mind very easily. For beginners, music meditation is a great tool. So following that, I want to introduce one of our senior master with a divine voice, Sudha Madam. Welcome, Sudha. And let me introduce quickly about you, and then I'll give you the mic. Sudha Doshi is a distinctly accomplished professional Carnatic classical musician, performer, teacher, composer, and a meditation master. She has received many awards, recognitions, and felicitations to her credit. She currently lives in San Ramon, California. She was born in a small town called Vijayanagaram in Andhra Pradesh, southern part of India. Her parents' aunt believed that their children needed, along with food, education, and spirituality, a healthy dose of music to be well-rounded individuals in life. It was no surprise that Sudha was surrounded by music and singers all through her growing years. Her tutelage was under such giants in Carnatic music gurus that she has imbibed a deep sense of respect to her chosen field and promised herself that she would one day impart the same kind of dedication teaching music as did her gurus. She strongly believes through her experience that music is the closest and the most personal friend that one could ever hope to have in life. And that's the experience Sudha dreams for each of her students to achieve. She runs Raga Sudha School of Music, where she coaches young and aspiring singers to help them embark on this incredible voyage of discovering the harmony within themselves. Sudha has been introduced to Patriji and initiated to Anapanasati meditation in 2010. Ever since, she is inspired to practice and spread spiritual science as part of PSSM. It's her great fortune to spend good quality time meditating, singing, and enjoying delicious food at home with Patriji during his every visit to California. Sudha madam, over to you.
Thank you, Jairam. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Namaste, sir.
Namaste, namaste, namaste.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. With your blessings, I would like to start my session today.
First of all, you give us your meditation experience.
As you all know, I'm Sudha Dusi. I live in San Ramon, California. I started doing meditation. I got introduced to meditation in 2009, and I was not sure about the meditation that time till 2011. 2011, for the first time, I met Patri sir in Delhi at DLN Shastri sir's house. And when I met him, I felt like as if I'm meeting my departed father. Sir, I'm joking now. I always feel Patri sir's presence as my parents, as if I'm living with my own parents, and he always treated me like this, like a daughter, a child to him. And since then, in 2011, I started doing meditation, and I had like a lot of experiences. I've gone through like a lot of like health challenges. Despite having health challenges, I always feel that my only medicine and medication is for me to recover from all these sulking situations is only music and meditation. Thank you for introducing me to this meditation, sir. Because of you, I changed my perception towards the life. This always happens when I see you. I don't know why.
That's the divine connection. So, Patri sir, we the way that we wanted to conduct the session today, following your footsteps, that Sudha will be singing, the music will be coming from her voice, and I'll help the participants with some guided meditation. Very little interruptions from me, that's what I was thinking. But your gracious presence is here, so please let me know how we should proceed forward.
Continue the way you want to do it, Swamiji. Your guidance should be there. It is not an interruption to the music.
All right.
You can start right now.
My sincere thanks to you, sir. With your blessings, I would like to start my session today.
So, dear friends, and all the participants here, and dear masters, we will now experience something, a very profound, beautiful, unique, deep inner journey. To assess that, we are going to use music as our guide, as our support to stay focused on our breath. So before we get started, I would like to just give you a couple of minutes of process that you may want to follow to benefit the most out of this next 50 to 60 minutes. Meditation is to silence the incessant chatter of your restless mind. For that, we begin with the breath. The process of meditation is very, very simple. Observe your normal, natural breath. That's all we need to do. So before we get started, please remove your glasses if you have any. Switch off any external disturbances, your phones. If you have any light in your room, try to turn that down, and try to sit in a quiet, dark place as much as you can. A comfortable sitting posture is highly recommended so that you are not distracted with the discomfort that you may see in your body. Sit straight as much as you can. But most importantly, now the process that you would follow is close your eyes. Do not open your eyes all through the process till One of us will instruct you to do so. Please close your eyes. Focus on your breath. The inhalation, exhalation that you normally have, that you don't notice. Now is the time to sit quietly. Focus on your breath. Cross your legs. Clasp your hands. No sounds, no chanting whatsoever in your mouth. This is purely your focus on your breath. You just stay with your breath. You travel with your breath. And no forms in your mind whatsoever. No God, no symbols, nothing. Just be with the breath. Sit quietly. Do not open your eyes. You will hear some nice music, and along with the music, kindly be with your breath. Kindly be with your breath. Do not open your eyes. Please be with the breath.
Shruti Smriti Purana Shruti Smriti Purana Alayam Karunalayam Namami 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 Shankaram Bhagavatpadam Shankaram Loka Shankaram Namami. Adideva Paramatma Adideva Paramatma Adideva Paramatma Adideva Paramatma Veda Vedanta Vedya Namo Namo 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 Adideva Paramatma Para Bhakta Bhava Bhajana Bhava Bhajana Parat Bhakta Bhava Bhajana Parat Bhakta Bhava Bhajana Parat Bhakta Bhava Bhajana Chara Chara Loka Janaka Namo Namo Parat Bhakta chara charaloka janaka namo namo Adideva Paramatma Veda Vedanta Vedya Namo Namo Adideva Paramatma Gadadhara Sri Venkatagiri Nilaya Gadadhara Sri Venkatagiri Nilaya Gadadhara Sri Venkatagiri Nilaya Sadananda Prasanna Namo Namo Gadadhara Sri Venkatagiri Nilaya Sadananda Prasanna Namo Namo Adideva Paramatma Veda Vedanta Vedya Namo Namo Adideva Paramatma Adideva Adideva Parama Paramatma
Do not open your eyes. Be with your breath.
नर तुम झूठे जन्म गवाया झूठे का कोई अंत न पाया नर तुम झूठे जन्म गवाया झूठे का कोई अंत न पाया झूठे I get lot of experiences. So one of the experiences was like I did meditation and I slept all through the night. And in the middle of the night, I felt like, you know, as if another person like me is sitting next to me and watching at me. I don't know what happened. You know, I was thinking about, like, you know, I wanted to scream. I wanted to talk with that soul, but I couldn't talk to that soul. And then after that, you know, I felt like, you know, I was like having like very light feeling. And then, you know, like I said, you know, before meditation, I was a different person, and now I totally transformed, and I totally take things in a different manner. And you know, I always tell people, please do meditate and be vegetarian, and if possible, being a musician, you also connect with the music. That is my message to all of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Music is very, very important to every person. In music, as Jairam said in the beginning, your music becomes your best friend. You can be with your own music throughout the life. You don't want anybody else's company. So music and meditation are a deadly combination. And you have that.
Thank you.
We are all very happy for you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being always with me.
And happy for your family.
You're always there with me, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sudha madam. Wonderful experience. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Patri sir, if you, with your permission, I would like to move to the next topic. Let me hand over to my co-anchor, Swapna, from here onwards. Swapna, I'm sure like we have an energetic leader who is right there to give a lot of messages to us. So bring it on.
Thank you, Jairam. And wow, what an amazing music meditation that was. It took us to a different world. Thank you, Sudha ma'am, for all your efforts. Most of us connect well with music, and as Patriji said, it's a great combination. And I always experience that, meditation with music will help us go faster, within. So thank you so much. So viewers, I'm bringing in our next speaker. The format of this session is the speaker delivers her message, and then we'll have a question and answer section. Request you all to post your questions as a comment on YouTube now. Let me bring in our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Temple Hayes. She is an ordained minister of Unity and Center for Spiritual Living. She is also spiritual leader and CEO of First Unity Spiritual Campus, a new thought center in St. Petersburg, Florida. She is the founder of the Institution for Leadership and Lifelong Learning International, an internationally recognized speaker, radio host, practicing shamanic healer, and author of several books, including her critically acclaimed books, When Did You Die? 8 Steps to Stop Dying Every Day and Start Waking Up. She shares her weekly inspiration with her listeners on the radio show, The Intentional Spirit, on Unity Online Radio. She spent 13 years as a motivational speaker across the United States with various companies for a variety of clients. Passionate about life rights, gay rights, animal rights, and human rights, Temple has created various movements to both educate and advocate for the voiceless. Some of them are the Global Peace Workers, the Life Rights, the Sophie Project that rescues and rehabilitates dogs and cats, and the Institution for Leadership and Lifelong Learning. Temple is recipient of many awards, like she was nominated as an All-American and elected to National Softball Hall of Fame, elected to Outstanding Young Woman of America, International Who's Who of American Professionals, National Association of Professional Women, the People of Distinction, Humanitarian Awards, and awarded an honorary doctorate degree of Humane Letters. Her life and her teachings are example for others to live a full and healthy life and to wake up and stop dying every day. She's a board member of PSSM Global, guiding the team and adding her energies. She is here with us to talk about the power of heart. Hearty welcome, Temple.